What's up, Mets fans, and welcome back to Talking Mets at Rob. First game of a four-game set between the Atlanta Braves and our New York Mets, our new-look New York Mets. And why I say that is because if you were under a rock over the last few hours, you know the Mets roster or teams rosters had to go from 28 to 26. The obvious move was Yohan Lopez getting sent down to AAA, and Robinson Cano and the Mets have parted ways. The Mets did not care about the money. They DFA'd Robinson Cano. He is no longer on the New York Mets and holding up crucial spots in the lineup too many times a week. And now you'll see J.D. Davis in a lineup more. Dominic Smith in the lineup more, even though Dominic Smith's not in the lineup today. It is extremely good day for New York Mets fans because we were clamoring for this since spring training. I just didn't want to see Robinson Cano anymore. He was completely done. And I think it was a smart move. It was a baseball decision. It wasn't a financial decision. Pure baseball decision, and that's why I love the move so much. So I put up a poll about an hour and a half ago, or a couple hours ago. If you haven't voted yet, please vote. Are you nervous about this four-game series against the Atlanta Braves? The reason why I asked that is because, yes, we beat the Phillies. That was supposed to be this juggernaut of an offense that the Mets were going to have problems with. Yes, we played the Giants, who should be one of the better teams in baseball. And we talked about this is the series where it's a test for the Mets, the Giants series, the Phillies series. Now we're facing the Atlanta Braves, the current world champions. Are you nervous as a Mets fan about facing the Braves in this four-game set? Personally, I'm a little nervous. And the reason why I'm a little nervous is because of this. The reason why I'm nervous is because the fact that first time playing the Braves this year. The Braves have been a thorn in our side for many years. And I grew up in the 90s where they used to kill us every single year. Heartbreak after heartbreak. They did it again last year where they looked like they were dead in the water. And the second half, they showed up and they took the division by storm and won a world championship. The other reason why I'm a little nervous about this series because last year, right before the trade deadline, the Mets had a four-game series against the Braves. I get it's early, very early in the season this year, but last year, right before the deadline, we had a four-game series where the Braves were on the border of trading some pieces or acquiring some pieces, thinking that they were either going for the division or the wild card or just calling it a year. If the Mets would have took 3 out of 4 in that series, I think the Braves would have traded off a few pieces to get something back and not even try for a division and just give up the 2021 year. And Acuna went down as well, so it would have just been a gut punch for them. But the Mets lost 3 out of 4. The Braves were right back in the hunt, and what did they do? They got Rosario. They got Soler. They got Duvall. They just got players. They got a whole new outfield. And it changed their team around. And they got the confidence after they beat the Mets 3 out of 4 right before the deadline. And look what happened. They were world champions. They got hot at the right time, and that's exactly what happened to the Braves. They skyrocketed when the Mets fell apart. And that's why I am extremely nervous about this series because this can be a turning point for the Mets and for the Braves. The Braves just recently got Acuna back. He's still finding his way back into Major League Baseball, not just minor league baseball, but Major League Baseball. But is this team, we know this team is different, but are they different enough to put a stamp on this division right now and say, hey, Braves, we are here to stay? That's what we have to worry about. Can they do that? Now, granted, I want to be greedy and say I want to take 3 out of 4. I want to be greedy. I want to keep on winning the series. But I'm not going to be mad if we split this series. You know, we don't have Scherzer going. We do have McGill going in this series. We got Bassett tonight. We're going to have, we're going to have Carrasco, and we're going to have Peterson tomorrow. So it's not the greatest matchups for us, but the way the Mets are manufacturing runs, and last night they came alive with manufactured runs. 10 runs, no home runs. That's exactly Mets baseball in 2022. So what are the keys to this series? We're always going to start with the same one at number one. Continue the really, really good start in pitching. Got to go deep into the game. 6-7 innings at a minimum for Chris Bassett. And I think it's a great way for the Mets to start off is to have a good starting performance. And you always want to take game one. The next one, excuse me, number two, continue like they did yesterday to manufacture runs. Home runs are pretty. Home runs are sexy. But manufacturing runs is a complete gut punch. If you noticed the Phillies yesterday, Schwarber kept on hitting home runs, kept on tying the game. And guess what? The Mets kept on coming back, pulling 2 or 3 or 4 base hits together, scoring a couple of runs. Those bunch of hits and runs scored in a couple of innings are gut punches to the other team. A home run, all right, you shake it off, brush it off your shoulder, and you go to the next batter. But constant hits after hits after hits, it kills the bullpen, number one. It just puts the other team in a especially on a getaway day where the Phillies couldn't wait to get the hell out of that stadium yesterday. That's why manufacturing runs are so much fun because it demoralizes the other team. You can brush off a home run rather quickly, but when it's 4 or 5 hits in an inning and you score 3 or 4 runs, and the next inning they do the same thing, it demoralizes the team, and that's what I think happened yesterday. The Mets got to continue to do that today. And number 3, the way the Mets are continuing to play good defense, and that was a big problem over the last couple of years. Big defense, good defense, is the major thing this team has to go and do. Continue to play good defense. We saw a beautiful play by Marte yesterday. A couple of double play balls that were good for us. All around defense has been pretty good for the Mets this year. I think they have one of the lowest amount of errors in baseball. I think they're 3rd or 4th, if I'm not mistaken. Good defense, good starting pitching, going deep into games, and manufacturing runs. It seems like the 3 keys to the game over the last almost every series has been on the same trend. Hasn't really changed it much because it's successful right now. The keys to the game and the keys to the series. Any series you play, you always want to win game one. And I think like I said, if you saw me earlier in the live stream earlier today about the Mets roster moves, I said you always want Scherzer to start a series, but having Scherzer being in the rubber game yesterday and winning, even though he didn't pitch great, he still battled and still kept us in the game. Chris Bassett, who's a bulldog, I love him starting this series. I absolutely love him with his 5 or 6 pitches. I think he's going to make the Braves look stupid tonight. And taking game one is always a table set for a series. That's what I want the Mets to do. Next on the agenda, we're going to look at the lineup. We're going to look at the pitcher matchup, as I just talked about Bassett a little bit. But one of the Achilles heels with the Mets is left-handers when they face them. They haven't been that good against left-handers. Tonight, as we see, let me just share my screen really quick so we can go over the pitching matchup and the lineup. Give me 1 second, guys, and I will get to everybody really quickly since we only got about 20 minutes until game time. Alrighty, guys, here we go. So the pitching matchup for tonight is Chris Bassett for the Mets and Max Fried, the left-hander, for the Atlanta Braves. Let me just minus this a little big. All right, there we go. So the biggest Achilles heel for the Mets so far this year has been left-handed pitching. The lineup kind of entails exactly what Buck Showalter is trying to do, and it's why the lineup looks a little bit different up top, and we'll get to that in a second. So I like Chris Bassett pitching in game one. I think it's a good matchup. It's going to be a solid matchup. It's not going to be an easy game. I expect a low scoring game. I expect like a 4-2 game, 3-2 game, something like that. I do think the Mets are going to pull out the game. But I think they're going to pull away late, in my opinion. So Chris Bassett with his 2.25 ERA with 26 strikeouts, with Max Fried 3 ERA with 21 strikeouts. So what is the Mets lineup for tonight? How are they going to battle against Max Fried? Well, it looks like this. Brandon Nimmo leading off, playing center field. Mark Canha, the on-base machine, playing left field, batting second. Francisco Lindor batting third, playing shortstop. Pete Alonso cleaning up, playing first base. Eduardo Escobar is taking a break on the field and batting DH, batting fifth. JD Davis getting a start at third base, batting sixth. Starlin Marte batting seventh, playing right field. Jeff McNeil batting second, batting eighth, playing second base. And James McCann batting ninth, catching. That lineup, you can tell right there, all right-handers except Jeff McNeil. Jeff McNeil, I don't worry about. He's the guy that can slap the ball the other way, no problem. Francisco Lindor is a switch hitter, so he'll be batting right-handed. And Brandon Nimmo, and Brandon Nimmo as well. But Brandon Nimmo has been much better against lefties. So now you separate the lefties. Nimmo first, McNeil 8. Then you got a lot of righties in between. I think JD Davis, I said yesterday Dominic Smith was going to have a game tonight. I choose JD Davis as the guy who's going to have the game for the Mets tonight. I think he's going to go 2 for 3 and a couple of RBIs. That's my prediction for the player of the game offensively. Who are the Braves? What's the Braves lineup tonight, guys? Ronald Acuna Jr., Matt Olson, Austin Riley, Marcell Ozuna, Ozzie Albies, Travis d'Arnaud, Adam Duvall, Travis Demerit, and Dansby Swanson. So it's basically the same line. Demerit, I actually like this kid. He's very good. Got Matt Olson in that big trade with Oakland. Obviously getting rid of Freddie Freeman. I think it's a big blow leadership-wise for the Braves, but it is a solid lineup. They've been struggling, but it is still a team that I am always nervous about. So that is your two lineups for the Mets and the Braves. And now we're going to get to everybody in the chat. So say what's up in the chat, guys. We do have a new member. I will say what's up to him and shout him out so everybody can say what's up. Just give me a second. Let me just get rid of the screen real quick. All right, guys. So here we go. We're going to say what's up to Lane, John, Anthony, Robert, Grant, a member of Talking Mets and Rob, John, another John, Subaru, Frank, Eddie. And here we are, guys. MTA Prodigy, a new member of Talking Mets and Rob. So give him a shout out. He says, taking 3 out of 4 would be great. The Braves always gives the Mets headaches. 100% agree. MTA Prodigy, I really appreciate you becoming a member of the channel. Hopefully you enjoy this channel going forward with the perks that everybody's going to start getting and being in the running for giveaways and ticket giveaways because you're a member. So and you emailed me, so I'll get your information and we'll talk about what we talked about. So give a shout out to MTA Prodigy and thank you for being a member. Really appreciate it. Todd, Jose, Terry, Ethan, Joe, Michael, Matthew, and that's everybody who said what up in the chat. We got 43 people in the stream right now for Mets pregame. Once again, guys, can't get a shout out if I don't know you're here. So all you got to do is say hi. Let's go Mets. Even if you're a Braves fan, show up. Say what's up. There's no nobody's getting blocked in this page unless you're a complete ass. So once again, guys, say what's up in this chat. You will get a shout out, and we're gonna look through your comments really quick. Anthony Cano, 40 million paid and maybe the season saved by his release. What about you? You know what? I wouldn't say, the Mets have been playing really good with Cano on the roster. So I don't think it hurts either way. I don't think it's better that he's gone. I don't think it's going to hurt him if he's gone. It's just the fact that, and Robert, sorry, Robert, I didn't see that comment. Robert's here too. So I don't really know if it hurts or helps us. I just know that he wasn't doing anything on this team in 12 games that he played, and we didn't benefit from it at all. So that's why he's gone. And I'm glad that the Mets made the baseball decision rather than the financial decision. John says, the way we've been playing, how could we be nervous, LFGM? Well, only because, as I said earlier, last year kind of had a sour taste in my mouth with that 4-game series right before the deadline. We could have stepped on their throats and basically destroyed the rest of their season, and they would have probably never made the trades that they made. But because they took 3 out of 4 against the Mets, what happened? They got hot. They made those trades, and it went downhill from there from the Mets. It went uphill for the Braves. But I do worry a little bit because, of course, Acuna comes back right around they face the Mets. So let's just see that we can just handle this lineup because it is a good lineup. Franks, I am super, super happy. You know, I've been killing Robinson Cano every chance I get. I can't stand the guy. I don't care if he's a nice guy. Uh, I will say he did sign a ball for me about, was it in 2019? Yes, 2019 when they first got him with Diaz. I saw him. He was in his car at City Field coming out of the park. It was late. It was a late one. It was an extra inning game, and I was just waiting for a cab. And I was just in the area, and he was ready to turn the corner. I was like, Robbie, and he was cool. He signed the ball and said something to me. I couldn't really hear him because he kind of pulled off quickly, but he was nice enough to sign the baseball, and he was nice about it. So I'm not gonna kill him for that, but baseball wise, he sucks. So let him play in the Dominican League. Eddie says, I'm a little nervous in this 4-game series versus Atlanta. We've been on a muy caliente roll. I agree, but you got to be a little bit nervous. I think not being nervous can cause a little bit of a shockful moment for a Mets fan if we go in there too cocky and the Braves bitch slap us, and then we're kind of gonna have problems. And remember, this team hasn't had a series loss yet. Not saying I want it to happen, but what if the Braves take 3 out of 4? Is this team gonna bounce back, or are they gonna struggle? Are they gonna go into a 5 or 6 game losing streak or something like that? So that's why I'm at some point the Mets are gonna lose the series. At some point they're gonna struggle, but it's how they come back. But at this point, I expect the Mets to at least take a split of the series. Anything less, I think, is sucks, in my opinion. But can the Mets take another series? In a 4-game series, it's hard to sweep it. We know that, especially a good team in the Braves. But 3 out of 4 would be great. But I'm looking for a split. I'm not trying to get overly cocky. A split for us is fine. We're in first place right now. You can't really gain much ground if you take 2 out of 4. With the Marlins leading right behind us, I don't think it's we talked about it with the Giants series. 2 out of 4, most of the Met fans would have took. 3 out of 4, of course you want to be greedy, but 3 out of 4 would be great. But I'm expecting a split here, only because it's a good team, and I don't expect the Mets to bludgeon them. If they do, great, but I don't expect that. John says, why we pitch Peterson? Walker is back. Well, because Walker pitched a couple of days ago, and because you need 2 pitches on one day, you're not gonna mess up the days of the starting pitcher when you could just bring Peterson up, who is on his regular day on Tuesday, bring him up for one of the games. I think that's fine. It's not the end of the world. Peterson has pitched good when he stepped in for Walker. I think he'll be fine. So I think we'll be okay. MTA Project, taking 3 out of 4 would be great. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that already. Sorry about that. I think, McGill is pitching the last game of the series on Wednesday. Yes, on Wednesday. Oh, Jose, absolutely. This team does have a lot of fight. It's a veteran team. They're not going to get flustered at all. But again, it's still in the Mets' mind, at least the fans' mindset, that the Braves are the team to beat. It's just that simple. Don't go. If you can't beat the Braves, you're probably not going to win the division, and that's going to be the problem. But I think the Mets are here to stay, and I think they are. Right now, they're better than the Braves. The Braves have been struggling a little bit, but we've seen that last year. But there's a different feel for this Mets team this year than there was last year. Last year, even though the Mets were in first place, they felt like they were never playing good. They weren't scoring a lot of runs. They weren't producing a lot of runs. They were leaving a ton of men on base. This year, they're finding different ways to win. When it's a low-scoring game, they'll find a way to hit a big home run. Now, they're just manufacturing runs all over the place. It's great, and I think that's the difference with this team. Ethan, I'll be at the game tomorrow, at the both games tomorrow, so I won't be streaming. Unfortunately, it would have been fun to do a very long stream from first game all the way to the end of the second game, but I'll be going to those games. And again, I'd love to do the fifth inning live stream with you guys, but for some reason, City Field, their Wi-Fi is not connected, or if it's connected, they're not giving us the fans access. If I had the Wi-Fi, it would be perfect, but I don't want you guys to hang out with me and then it goes in and out of service. It's a crappy stream. And I tried it during the Tom Seaver statue and it went out and that pissed me off. And when I tried to do it, I think I did it on opening day of the home opener. It worked, but I was way away from the field. I was like in a corner where everybody was at because the service was working pretty well. So I don't. I wish I could. I like to show the game live and like going back and forth and talking about it while I'm at the game. But again, if the service is not going to be good, there's no point in doing it. But I keep on trying. I promise I keep trying. Frank says, I would like to see you get a job with the Mets. Honestly, I don't like broadcasting. I don't think I'm very good at it. I'm good. I can be good at speaking to you guys and talking about the inning, doing a play-by-play, or even like an analyst type of guy. I guess I could do that. I like to just talk about the game. I would like to do pre and post. I think that's cool. But other than that, I had talks with MLB Network with their social media stuff. I'm going to continue to talk about them. I might do like a because they do MLB Network is starting to do baseball. Every team have like a not like a pregame, but like a preview or a post preview of the game, like a big highlight reel thing about the game, and like stars of the game and stuff like that on their Twitter account. So I'm talking to them about that. We'll see how that goes. Again, I'm not the only one with the Mets or that does a Mets channel or that does Mets coverage to do that. So we'll see. But we'll see. You never know. Mikey, you love this lineup. It's a good lineup. I like this lineup tonight. Right-handed heavy, obviously with the lefty on the mound. So let's see. Matthew says, I saw a headline, up the river without a canoe. I agree with the decision, best for the team. I agree, Matthew. Michael says, Pete's going to have a big game. I think JD Davis is going to have a big game today. Wow, you guys got a lot of comments going. All right, I'm checking. Oh, MTA, no problem, buddy. Anytime. Thank you so much for the support. Sean, a member of Talking Mets and Rob. What's up, buddy? Yeah, exactly, Michael. That's the whole idea. Cano was jamming up the DH spot when JD Davis and Dom could have easily been in those games. And now you're going to see either JD Davis or Dominic Smith in the game every day. In a game every day. And that's what I love. Matthew is married to a Braves fan. She grew up in Atlanta. We will be watching for separate rooms tonight. There you go. That's what counts. Brad, what's up, buddy? Yeah, Frank, exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. You have to be nervous as a Mets fan. It's kind of like a natural feeling as a Mets fan because they always think the ball's gonna drop. But hey, you know what? This is a better team. This is a totally different team than we saw in years past. So you know what? They might shock us again, guys. But I think we're expecting a good series. We're expecting the team to do well. Again, you can play well and still lose. So, if this team plays well and they lose 2 out of 3 or 2 out of 4, 3 out of 4, you could say, all right, the Mets played well. It was just a big hit here or a good defensive play here that cost us games. Muy caliente, very hot. Yeah, Lane. Like I said, I guarantee the odds are humongous if you're better. I haven't checked it, but I'm assuming they're probably plus 1,000 probably for to sweep the Braves. I mean, I would put like $50 down, but I'm not going to go crazy. I don't think they're going to sweep the Braves. If they do, well, guess what? We'll be very, very happy. That's for sure. But we shall see. All right, what else do we have? Yeah, underwater, and that's the problem that I have. Like, I rather have the Braves steaming hot coming into the series because the Phillies were extremely hot coming into the Mets series, and they struggled. And having the Braves like struggling and like skittering on the under 500 worries me because they can get hot at any moment, and I don't want them to get hot against the Mets. Dominic, how much do you think the hot dogs will go up now? Probably not a lot. It's Steve Cohen, so I'm not really worried about the. Everything's expensive no matter what, so it really doesn't matter. Jose said they're very confident. Let the bats do the work. We'll see. I hope so. Real deal. Canadian flag with the beer. We like it. Yeah, underwater. Exactly. I don't take nothing for granted. You know what? You can call it a World Series hangover. Fine. But at the end of the day, guys, the Braves are still a thorn in the Mets' side. It's just that simple. Until the Mets take over the division and beat them down, you're still going to be nervous about it. You still got to give them the credit where credit is due. Oh, that's true, Joe. Buck Showalter was suspended for a game for what? For that the hits batsman? Interesting. Let's see. Yep, Mets manager Buck Showalter has been suspended for tonight's game as a result of what MLB deemed intentionally throwing at Kyle Schwarber. So Buck Showalter was suspended one game because of the intentional hit by pitch. And they thought it was said by Buck Showalter to do it. But at the end of the day, the Mets retaliated after Lindor got hit. So why isn't that pitcher getting suspended and Girardi suspended? I don't understand that. So Buck Showalter is not there tonight. So you're not going to have the managing skills of Buck Showalter tonight, which worries me a little bit. Yeah, you know what, Michael? I met Pete Alonso in front of PNC Park in Pittsburgh. I was crossing the street. I saw Pete Alonso going around the corner, looking like going to the players' uh, um, door opening by PNC. And I walked up to him like, "Hey, Pete," and he just won the home run derby. And I was like, "Oh, Pete, congratulations!" He talked to me for a minute, took a picture, and then everybody started running, so he took off. So, but Pete's really cool. All right, guys, we had about 10 minutes until game time, so I'm going to try to get to everybody's comment before we start it up. Yeah, I don't think the Mets are going to call Vientos at this point. Not right now. Terry, you were 9 in 86. I wasn't even thought of yet. So at least you were 9 years old and saw some remnants of a World Series. Terry, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh, Marcus. That's awesome, buddy. I'm glad I can bring you some content. Again, it's not great content, but I'm glad that you can be on the road and you can you can always find a live stream or an app that you can find the baseball game, but it's a pain in the butt sometimes with service. So I'm glad you're tuning in so I can at least bring you some remnants of the game during the day or during the night. Well, be safe out there while you're driving, Marcus. Oh, inebriated. Yeah, man. I don't remember where I got this hat from. Is it a 7-line hat? No. I don't. I think the Mets sold this a couple of years ago, and I bought it. I don't wear it a lot, but I like the logos. So these are probably going to be my tattoos at some point. Well, Lane, they had to send down Yohan Lopez because they had to get down from 28-man roster to a 26. All right. Michael, thank you, buddy. I agree, unconscious. Time to show the champs what's what. Let's get some. I like it. With the apple. That's what I like. Yeah, Jose, thank you, buddy. Yeah, it's a cool hat. It's a fitted, too. It's not a snapback, which I'm a big fan of snapbacks. Yep, the Mets should be coming up in about 5 minutes. So again, as soon as I'm going to set up the radio call right now, guys, you know how it goes. Game day is going to be on the screen. Mets radio call during the game. Once again, guys, you do know the radio call because I'm streaming it is a little bit behind first pitch. It's about a pitch behind from the TV. And game day is usually sometimes it's similar to the radio call. Sometimes it's similar to the TV. So it goes by day. But again, people seem to love the way I do it on the stream for the game. So I'm going to keep on doing it until people don't like it. But people have been liking it, and that's what I'm going to keep doing. So here we go, guys. 7 o'clock. Mets versus Braves, game 1. Max Fried, Chris Bassett. Once again, guys, the lineup for the New York Mets is going to be on the bottom of your screen, scrolling throughout the game with the pitching matchup and a couple of tidbits about the channel. Also, becoming a member. If you want to become a member, just click on that join button below. And don't forget, guys, you already know, hit on that like button. You guys get this stream out to more people. When you hit that like button, it goes at the top of the YouTube search list and suggested list for people who want sports and baseball and Mets content. So we got to get that rolling. We're on the road to 3,000 subscribers. You guys have been great over the last 4 months. Just out crazy how many subscribers I got over the last couple of months because of you guys, because you worked with me and get that lights out there and get that stream out to more people. So I really do appreciate it. And again, guys, it's not all about, it is a Mets channel, but I love baseball fans. I love the back and forth between other fans. It's why sports is great. So keep it coming, guys. And Braves fans, if you're out there watching the stream and you don't think it's a good idea to speak up and speak your mind, don't worry about it. This is baseball. Fans are going to get back and forth at each other. Be confident in your team. You won the World Series last year. If you want to say something, don't be afraid to say something. This is a free forum channel, guys. This is what we're here for. So enjoy it. Have fun. Obviously, for my sake and a lot of Mets fans' sake, let's go Mets. I hope we kick your ass. But show up. Show your team some support. All right, guys. So the game's about to start in a few minutes. Let me just roll up the radio broadcast, and we're ready to go, guys. Mets versus Braves. Let's go. Let me just fix my phone a little bit. Getting a little crazy here. All right. Alexander, yep. Troy says go Tigers. Ashley, thank you. I agree. Yes, Buck Showalter has been suspended because yesterday with Lopez hitting Schwarber, going after Schwarber, even though he didn't hit him, going after Schwarber, trying to hit him, and I assume they thought Buck was telling him to do that, which he probably did. But again, Unconscious says, last test we have beating the leaders of every division. Exactly. The Braves, the Giants right now, that's what we just did not too long ago. We also beat the Phillies, who everybody said that the Mets are going to have a hard time with Philly. We beat them in both series so far. This is another test. I think this is one of the bigger tests only because of the fact that the Braves are the team to beat in the division. They are until they're not. So at that moment, let's take game one. Let's do the job. Send a message, as Unconscious said, send a message. Get it done tonight. I want game one. Game one is imperative. Don't give any confidence to this Braves team. You got to step on their throat right away, guys. All right, what else we got here? Let's see. Let me check the comments really quick. I'm going to throw up the radio broadcast in a second. All right, Dominic, have a good day, buddy. Let's go, Mets. I see it. Thank you, Braves fans. You pop up. Oh, sorry about that. So, yes. There you go. Max Fried will dominate tonight. You never know. The Mets are struggling against left-handers, starters. And he's a really good pitcher. He's their ace of the staff. So, would I be shocked? No. But, again, this is the different Mets team who works the counts, who makes them throw pitches. So, the key, I think, to the Mets here is to make Max Fried work. Foul off pitches, take a lot of pitches, work the count, get his pitch count up. The Mets did that wonderfully in the first 5 series of the year, making the pitch count go up. And I think that's the key to the game. Not only getting base hits and scattering and bunching base hits together, but also getting up that pitch count. Getting up that pitch count, pitching coaches, managers nowadays are quick in the early part of the season to change the pitcher because of pitch count. And the Braves, they have a good bullpen, but you always want the Braves have a good bullpen, but the Mets, when it comes to left-handers, have struggled. But they also found ways to get guys out of the games early. And I think that's one of the keys that the Mets have to do today. Work the counts, get a bunch of hits together, and do what they did yesterday. I think it's as similar as that. Even though Fried is a hell of a lot better than Eflin, you got to work the count on Max Fried. He's a really good pitcher. He throws hard, wicked slider, but I think the Mets can get to him. But Fried is going to be a tough go. We all know that. But we'll see, John. We see, Josh. We'll see. All right, guys. So the game's going to start just now. So we're going to have the radio call. The radio call is on commercial, so we'll wait another second. But once again, guys, 106 viewers right now on the stream. Say what's up in the chat, and don't forget to hit on that like button, guys. That's why we are here, to watch baseball, to enjoy the game, talk Mets baseball, talk about the game. Once again, guys, game day will be up just now, and I will see you in between innings during the game. Let me just fix it up for you guys so we're ready to go. All right, guys, there we go. All right, let's make it looking good. Just make it a little smaller. There we go. We like that better. All right, guys, so there we go. So game day is up. The radio call is going to start just now. LFGM, let's go Mets. Showalter got suspended, Robert, because MLB thought he intentionally told Lopez to throw at Kyle Schwarber. The lineup for tonight is Brandon Nimmo, Mark Hanna, Lindor, Alonso, Escobar, J.D. Davis, Starlin Marte, Jeff McNeil, and James McCann, Blindbeard. All right, guys, so here we go. Mets, Braves, game 1. Let's see if the Mets can continue to do exactly. Oh, they got a Star Wars Day, May 4th bobblehead. Ooh, I'm going. All right, guys, sorry about that. That was kind of cool. I like that bobblehead there. All right, guys, so here we go. We're going to put the radio call up. So let's go, Mets. Let's take game 1 of the series. And it's a commercial, of course. Oh, yeah. So annoying, these commercials. No problem, I'll be at any time. So, guys, how's everybody doing? I'm sorry. I thought it was 7:05, but it's 7:10. So what am I going to do? Going to take a sip of some salsa? I promise it's not liquor. But we're waiting for the radio call to start so everybody can listen to the game. But hey, listen, guys. This is, yes, may the 4th be with you. Exactly. I guess that's like a special edition bobblehead that they didn't really put in the promotions, but it's okay. Bobby, I tend to agree with you with that. Charlie Morton has been fantastic as well. Exactly. And look, game 1 is always important in a series. That's exactly what we've been looking for. That's exactly what we want to do. There's no none about that. So why not just get it done? Put pressure on the Braves. They're already struggling. Taking game 1 puts doubt in their mind now. And I think that's what happened with the Mets with the Giants series taking game 1. I think it got into the Giants' head a little bit. And everybody came in thinking the Giants were going to roll over on us, and they didn't. So I mean, it is what it is at this point. Again, Ronald Acuna scares the hell out of me, and he's that good. I know he's coming back from injury. He's still easing into everything. But would anybody be shocked if Ronald Acuna has a game tonight? No. But again, this is why I like the veteran on the mound tonight with Chris Bassett, because with his numerous pitches, I think he can. A lot of these guys haven't seen Chris Bassett a lot, which I think helps. And we're finally seeing a different team. We've been playing the same teams over and over again. Arizona twice, Philly twice. So, they've seen his pitches already. So it's harder to see the pitchers again and do well. So now we're facing a new team in the Braves. They haven't seen us this year. They haven't seen Bassett. So it's going to take an adjustment. So we'll see. Exactly, Bobby. You can't give him confidence again. Underwater. Rob, I'm doing great, bro. I have a 5K this weekend. That's awesome, buddy. That is awesome. Let's see. Rafael, I don't know if Cano's going to play for an all team. I mean, they're going to be really cheap. He's going to be cheap, minimum salary. But again, if he's not productive, what's the point? All right, guys, here we go. Mets versus Braves. Acuna is walking to the mound. Here we go. Let's go Mets, guys.
Might be their best hitter right now. Riley batting third. The cleanup batter is DH Marcell Ozuna. Ozzy Albies at second base hitting fifth. The catcher is former Met Travis d'Arnaud. D'Arnaud is batting sixth. Adam Ball in center field hits seventh. Travis DeMeritt is the left fielder batting eighth. And Dansby Swanson leads the National League in strikeouts, batting ninth and playing short. The Mets at 16-7 under Buck Showalter under normal circumstances. And Glenn Sherlock is the acting manager tonight. And the Mets will lead off with center fielder Brandon Nimmo. Mark Canha is in left field. Canha's got a 6-game hitting streak. He's batting second for the first time this year. The third hitter is shortstop Francisco Lindor. Pete Alonso is at first base. Alonso is
Here we go, guys.
batter. DH Eduardo Escobar hits fifth.
Got my
J.D.
scorebook.
Davis gets the start at third base. Davis batting sixth. The seventh hitter in right field, Starling Marte. Jeff McNeil's at second base. McNeil continues to be red hot. He had 4 hits yesterday. He's batting eighth. The ninth hitter is catcher James McCann. Chris Bassett in short sleeves on the mound tonight.
All right, guys, here we go.
Mets are in their home white jerseys, white pants, blue pinstripes all over. Blue Mets script across the front, outline in orange. Blue numbers and letters on the backs. Blue caps and bills. The orange and Y in the front of the cap. Braves in gray tops with the dark blue piping. Red Atlanta and script across the front. The tomahawk underneath. Red numbers and navy blue letters on the backs of the jerseys with navy blue caps and bills. And the white letter A on the front of the cap. Acuna stands in. Bassett's ready, and here's Howie Rose.
All right, thank you, Wayne, and happy birthday. And the first pitch to Acuna is fouled back to the screen. Nothing in one. How old now?
I'm 38.
Wow, that's almost old.
It's almost old, yeah.
By your standards.
Well, yeah, it took 40 in 2 years. I mean, that's getting up there.
They told me there'd be no math. Right. Acuna off to a slow start at the plate. He only came back on Thursday after ripping up his knee last summer. The 0-1 on the way, a breaking ball outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. So they tried to ease him in. And obviously, with a doubleheader tomorrow, you have to figure he'll only start one of those games. And then there's a day game after the doubleheader on Wednesday, after which the Mets will bust down to Philadelphia. Ronald Acuna back in the leadoff spot for the Braves, and he is stronger now, they say, than he was before he got hurt. The 1-1 from Bassett, fastball over for a called strike. It's 1-2. It was the right knee that he injured last year, tearing the ACL, and he went through what a lot of players do, young players, when they get hurt to that extreme. There's a little bit of depression there, maybe not clinically necessarily. The 1-2 on the way, and it is on the outside.
There we
corner,
go.
Strike 3 call. Bassett slips.
That's what I'm talking about. Good way to start the game.
Down on strikes.
Got him looking outside corner.
It took a while for Ronald Acuna to accept the fact that he was going to have to own up to the reality that he was going to have to work harder than he ever did before on his conditioning. And they say that has paid off in spades because he's in better shape now than he's ever been.
Well, it certainly will pay off for Acuna, but he's the one who had to sit and watch his team, the Atlanta Braves, win a World Series last year.
Well, here's a guy who was not part of it, Matt Olson, left-hand hitting first baseman. The first pitch to him is taken low and off the glove of the catcher McCann. And it's 1-0 to Matt, who is batting .291, but he's just due for his last 13. 2 homers, 7 RBIs. They made the deal to get him from the Oakland A's, and they signed him to a very interesting contract. The 1-0 on the way, and that's off the inside corner, a cut fastball, 2 balls and no strikes. Interesting because they signed Olson for 8 years at $168 million. Freddie Freeman from the Dodgers got 6 years for $162. The 2-0 on the way, lifted in the air down the left field line, slicing towards the corner. It's deep. Canha over on the track, makes the catch.
All right. No problem, Patrick.
Nice
Anytime.
play by the Mets left fielder Mark Canha, getting into the left field corner and hauling in the
There we
drive
go.
off the bat of Matt Olson. So 2 up, 2 down. Austin Riley coming up. And with Freddie Freeman no longer a Brave, well, you better get to know Austin Riley because he did a lot of Freddie Freeman, Chipper Jones type things to the Mets last year. Riley, against the Mets in 2021, hit .348 with 7 homers, 19 RBIs. First pitch to the right-hand batter, hit hard on the ground up the middle, backhanded by McNeil from the outfield, pass a 2-hop throw.
Yes!
Inside, side retire.
Woo! That's what I'm talking about, guys. Now that's how you get a first inning done. Jeff McNeil with a nice defensive play. Sorry, guys, I'm just fixing my phone. It kind of fell over on me. There we go. There we go, guys. 1, 2, 3 inning for Chris Bassett. Exactly what you want. Mets are coming up in the bottom of the first. What a nice play by Jeff McNeil up the middle. He was shaded in the shift to the middle of the field. Real baseball without the shift would have been a base it up the middle, but McNeil was playing there. Still had it backhanded, but got the job done. So 1-2-3 inning for Bassett. Mets are coming up. Mets have up Brandon Nimmo, Makana, and Francisco Lindor. This is what we want. We want to get runs early. We got to get to Max Fried early because with really good pitchers, and Max Fried is a really good pitcher, you got to get to them early because once they get into a groove, they're nearly unhittable. And Max Fried is that good where he gets into a groove, you're not touching him. So keys to the Mets offense, making the pitch count go up, working the counts, getting to him early, the first couple of innings. After that, we're going to have problems getting to him. So that's exactly why the Mets lineup has to get it going early. And the top of the lineup got going yesterday, since they've been struggling lately, but now we got a different type of top of the order with Mark Connor batting second, the on-base machine. We'll see what the Mets can do here and see if Brandon Nimmo can lead it off and get us going early on in this ball game against Max Fried. RM, I remember Gary saying he was under the weather for the Cardinals series. He was at the game last night, though. Yeah, he's pinch shoulder, yeah. So, yeah. So, he was a little under the weather, with COVID and everything like that. They're extra cautious. Probably tested him a couple of times. So, it is what it is. We'll have Keith Hernandez back. All right, guys. So, bottom of the first, Mets are coming up. Let's go, Mets, guys.
The World Trade Center and the new LaGuardia Airport. Ravers Local 731. Feel the power.
We go to the last of the first inning. The Braves went down in order in the top half against Chris Bassett. But the last out of that inning was on the ground ball up the middle by Austin Riley that actually clipped the mound and slowed down just a bit, which is probably why Jeff McNeil was able to come up with it and throw Riley out. So as the Braves go down 1-2-3, now the Mets will go after Max Fried, a very talented left-hander from Santa Monica, California. This year is 2-2 with an ERA of exactly 3. This will be his 5th start and the 100th appearance of his major league career. He's walked only one batter in 24 innings, facing fellow lefty Brandon Nimmo to lead off in the first pitch. Fastball over at the knees for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Lefties are just 3 for 16 against Fried. Nimmo batting .265. He's hit in 4 straight, 3 homers, 7 RBIs. And the 0-1 pitch. Way outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. A fastball at 92. As we come to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth, proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Fried features an outstanding curveball. Big right leg kick, the pitch. There's the curve. It's
what a curveball.
Missed. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Straight over the top, one of those 12-6 Sandy Koufax type curveballs. Not a coincidence, because all Fried heard about growing up in Santa Monica was Sandy Koufax, and he studied Koufax. Not a bad model. 1-2, the count to Nimmo. Now the pitch. Fastball is a little bit low, evidently. 2 balls and 2 strikes. I'm going to watch Chad Fairchild behind the plate because he will take an extra beat before ringing up a hitter, as he did to Ronald Acuna Jr. in the top of the first. He looked like he was ready to call strike 3 on Nimmo. But it's 2-2 with the infield overshifted. And now Fried kicks the right leg, the pitch. Swinging a liner foul off the protective netting next to the third base dugout. Max Fried in his career is 42-20. So for that few decisions, that's a lot of games to be over the 500 mark. But remember, the Braves...
Nimmo working a count. Already 6 pitches in this at bat.
But they've won the National League East 4 years in a row. So he's pitched for good clubs. 2-2 pitch. Swinging a chopper.
There you go, Joe. I was waiting for that.
Brandon having a typical Nimmo at bat here. With a count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Arcana on deck and Francisco Lindor to follow. On another gray, chilly night here at Citi
I agree,
Field.
Ryan.
Weather has not been great.
7 pitch at bat for Nimmo right now.
Time. We are into the month of May when things are really supposed to get nice. We're still waiting. Here's the 2-2 to Nimmo. Swinging a chopper foul. Roller over by the Mets dugout, which is being run tonight by Glenn Sherlock. In the surprising absence of Buck Showalter It's hard to fathom how Buck could have been suspended, given the parameters that we were dealing with last night. There was no warning given to Yohan Lopez until after the second pitch that went to the backstop against Kyle Schwarber. Those were warned. That was a warning. The 2-2 on the way, hit hard on the ground to the right side. Bubbled by Albee.
Yes.
Picks it up.
There we go.
Late to first. Nimmo is aboard. That'll probably be an error on the second
Good start. Good start.
Ozzie Albies. And Brandon Nimmo is aboard to begin the bottom of the first inning.
It's the second error this year for Ozzie Albies. Normally pretty sure-handed at second base. That ball just picked up on him. And the Mets get a break right away against Atlanta.
There we go.
Buck Showalter certainly didn't get any breaks, did he? You know, there were warnings given after the second pitch to Schwarber. That's fine. And then Lopez hit Alec Bohm with a changeup, albeit an 87-mile-an-hour changeup, which is only about 7 miles an hour off of his fastball.
All right, good stuff for the Mets.
But at that point, after warnings
Frankie,
had
what's
been
up?
given, even though the pitch was a changeup, it certainly would have been justifiable had Lopez been thrown out of the game, but he wasn't. And that's after a warning. And Buck gets suspended. Here's Mark Canha, right-hand batter, takes first pitch fastball high for ball one.
Seems pretty ridiculous, and again, it was a pretty late call coming in from Major League Baseball because the last time we heard from Buck about 4:30 today, this had not come through yet. So Buck had intended to manage this game up until about an hour ago or so.
Jim Niels, the crew chief, was the home plate up last night. He thought he had, with a lot of common sense, really. Want to know the count? Here's the pitch to Canha. Fastball over for
See if Canha can get his first home run here.
1-1. I mean, he could have ejected Lopez once he hit Bohm, but Niels reasoned, all right, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt because it's a fastball, because it was a changeup. When ordinarily, if it was a fastball, Lopez probably would have been gone. Lopez ends up getting suspended for 3 games, but who knows when or where he'll serve those. He's been sent out. The 1-1 foul back to the screen, the curve, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
He would serve those once he gets back to the big leagues, whether it's the Mets or somebody else. He'd have to add them to the roster and then wait 3 days to use them.
I'm not sure the Mets were very happy with Lopez's approach anyway in the 9th inning last night. It was a 10-4 lead the Mets have. They didn't need him throwing at or behind anybody. They just wanted 3 outs to get the game over with and not have to even think about getting someone else up in the bullpen. 1-2 to Canha. Here's the pitch. Little bit low. Nice block by Travis d'Arnaud. Former Met behind the plate. It's 2-2. Travis playing the best ball of his major league career as an Atlanta Brave. In fact, let's look at the Braves defensively. They have Olsen at first, and he is a very good defender. He's won a couple of gold gloves at first base. Albies at second, Swanson at short, Riley at third. Demerit, Duvall, Acuna left to right in the outfield with d'Arnaud catching Fried. Nimmo leads from first. 2-2 pitch.
Yes. There we go.
That's a base hit. A changeup that stayed up. Nimmo to second.
Working the count and getting the hits.
Mark Canha has now hit in 7 straight games. He came in batting
There we go.
345, so that goes up a bit. And the Mets have runners at first and second. Nobody out for Francisco Lindor.
Good stuff for the
We've
Mets.
seen Nimmo and Canha back-to-back in the order. That's not exactly something that pitchers want to see a lot of. They both work deep counts. They both get a lot of hits and get on base.
I might like Canha in the 2 spot now.
Max Fried has thrown 12 pitches to 2 guys that have both reached.
And so the Mets have an early window of opportunity presented by Windorama, the window replacement experts. Let your project be their passion from start to finish. Visit Windorama.com to set
Exactly,
up a free
Joe. I'm trying to be
consultation.
nice with everybody.
The door bats
Some people are not
right-handed.
watching it, so I got to wait for the call.
First, no out. The pitch, curveball, and that's it for a called strike. Nothing is 1. Francisco 1 for 4 last night, has hit in 4 straight. Batting .281 with 4 homers, 14 RBIs.
Oh, yeah, Ryan. He's only in the 2 because of the lefty, but he's an on-base guy, which wouldn't be a bad idea to put him in a 2 spot going forward.
In the first with 2 on, no out. Reed looking to second, and now time called at home plate because he spent a lot of time worried about Brandon Nimmo, and Lindor got tired of waiting. Fried against the Mets in his career is 4-3 with a 2.78 earned run average. This is his 12th start and 19th appearance against New York. The 0-1 outside, a breaking ball, 1 ball and 1 strike. Fried out of Harvard Westlake High School In Encino, California, that's where Lucas Giolito, the Chicago White Sox pitcher, went. Pete Crow Armstrong, the one-time first-round pick of the Mets, who was traded to the Cubs in the Javi Baez deal last year. 1-1 pitch. And that's lined in the air to right center, moving to his left Duvall. He gets there in the gap, makes the catch.
Oh, he hit that ball hard, though.
The tag will have to hold on at second. I think Brandon thought that ball had a chance to fall in. And so he was...
That was a mistake by Nimmo. He should have tagged up there. He's not happy about him with it, though.
He realized that ball was going to be caught. For him to tag and think about getting to third was, well, just too late. So whereas he could have been at third, conceivably, instead he
was let's go, Pete.
Second Canna at first, now one out.
He did hit the ball hard in that at that.
But Nimmo knew, he put his hands to his head. He's shaking his head right now. He knows he made a base running mistake.
That's so uncharacteristic of Brandon to do something that is not mentally heads up in the game. And Nimmo seems to be taking it pretty hard that he just hurt his team by not going from second to third.
Well, it's about picking each other up. All Alonso's got to do is hit one over the fence, and everybody on the Mets is happy, including Brandon Nimmo. Here's Pete. First pitch. Curveball is on the outside corner. There's that delayed strike call by Chad Fairchild, and the count 0-1. The rule of thumb is, in a situation like that with nobody out and a ball hit similarly, the base runner wants to tag up because you want to get to third with one out where you have a chance to score a run on an out. In a similar situation with one out, well, then the runner plays it halfway. 0-1 the count. Now the pitch. Swinging a little pop-up line short. Back goes Swanson. Infield foul call. The Swanson makes the catch on the outfield grass, and there are 2 men away.
Good news for Brandon is that he wouldn't have scored on that anyway. That ball hit too shallow in the center field for the shortstop to go out and get.
So that'll bring up Eduardo Escobar. Very indirectly, you could say Eduardo Escobar is one of several reasons why the Mets were able to release Robinson Cano, because they're not worried about replacing whatever status and leadership Robinson Cano has within that Mets clubhouse. Escobar brings a whole lot of that. Switch hitter batting right. The first pitch sails high, slider, 1 ball and no strikes. Frankly, it was as long as Steve Cohen was willing to eat the money, and to him it was already a sunk cost. That deal had been made before he ever bought the team, so he knew what he was getting into financially, even in terms of Cano's deal. It was the only logical move to make as far as a position player goes. The 1-0 to Escobar, hit in the air to straightaway center. Back goes Duvall. He's got to play, and he makes it.
Well, guys, the Mets had first and second, nobody out, and didn't get it done. Again, not something I wanted to see in the first inning because, you had Max Fried on the ropes there. Didn't get it done. Again, Francisco Lindor hit it hard to right center. Duvall made a nice catch. Pete Alonso popped it up in the infield, and then Escobar just flied it out to center field. So the Mets didn't score in that first inning. But again, they did get a nice hit. Kind of. What are you gonna do? It's the first inning. I would like to see them get him early, Max Fried early, but let's hope that Max Fried don't get into a groove there. The good thing about the inning is that the Mets made him work for sure. I think he had 20, 21 pitches in the first inning. So, again, Nimmo should have tagged up at third, but again, Pete Alonso hit a bloop fly ball to shortstop. It would have been 2 outs anyway. He wouldn't have scored in that spot, and then the fly ball to center field would have been 3 outs. So, but it showed that the Mets they were seeing Fried very well. They were able to work the counts, get quality at bats. The Mets continue to do that. He's going to be out of the game in the 5th inning. It's just a matter of can you score runs against him, because he is nasty. There's no doubt about that. But you definitely have to go in. Wow, that's interesting. SNY, they just had a Yankee commercial. Interesting. That just caught me off guard. Sorry, guys. All right, guys. So we're going to the top of the second. No score. The Mets did not score first and second, nobody out. Somewhat disappointing, but they did have quality at bats. So here we go, guys. Top of the second, no score.
We're at Seafield. We're on the road. They're home First pitch of New York Mets baseball is WCBS News Radio 880.
We go to the second inning. The Mets and the Braves are scoreless. Laura Albany's of Newsday is going to love this.
Yeah, J Boogie, exactly. I looked at it for a second. I'm like, what the hell?
It's City Field. Star Wars fan. Anyway, they'll have special programming and a galactic bobblehead for the first 3,000 fans. I think Laura has connections. She can probably scoop one of those up. Get your tickets now at Mets.com/tickets.
Get our no time getting some chicken sent to the press box today.
I heard that all worked out. May the 4th, right? May the Force be with you.
Yeah.
So May the 4th is Star Wars Day. I never latched onto that. Here's Marcell Ozuna. The first pitch to the Braves' designated hitter is taken down and in from Chris Bassett for ball one. Ozuna back with the Braves this year after a suspension last year on a domestic violence charge. The 1-0 on the ground to short in a couple of steps, reaching down to his shoot tops Lindor. He's got it, throws to first in time to get Ozuna, who wasn't exactly threatening any land speed records going from home to first. So Bassett's retired the first four. 1 up, 1 down for Ozzy Albies, who is 0 for his last 19. Let's take a look at the Mets defensive alignment, sponsored by Orland and Cohen Orthopedic Group. Experiencing orthopedic pain? Well, they've got specialists for that. Alonso at first, McNeil at second, Lindor at short, and Davis at third. Man, that's significant. Talk about it when J.D. Davis comes to the plate in the bottom half of the second inning. Canna, Nimmo, Marte, left to right in the outfield. McCann catching Bassett. Here's Albies. The first pitch from Bassett, a fastball inside for ball one. Ozzy Albies struggling in that 0 for 19. His average just 205, but he has 6 home runs, tied for third in the league. Feet spread wide apart. And the 1-0 swung on and missed. A sinker at 92, and Albies swung right over it. Got 1 ball and 1 strike. Albies batting left-handed here from the right side. He's a career .334 hitter. A 1-1 on the way, swing and a miss. Same pitch, or so it appeared. Again, Ozzy late on it. Then they count 1 ball and 2 strikes. I just wonder when guys who are not big, and Ozzy is not, here's the 1-2. And on the ground, the first fair ball smothered at the waist behind the bag by Pete Alonso. Takes it there in time.
Well, one point, I'm a little nervous. You know, they're the defending champs. You got to be nervous about
And I
that.
remember Lenny Dykstra's a guy who was.
And this team
guilty
can
of
pop
this.
up any moment and start getting hot. So.
Ozzy Albies started to hit a few home runs. He might have thought, hey, this is fun. That's where I'm going to really make a splash. He has got a lot of natural power, but he may be pulling the ball a little bit too much, trying to, for everyone's taste in Atlanta. He is now 0 for his last 20. And here is Travis d'Arnaud. He's got a great sense of humor, too, as we saw earlier in the season. Right-hand batter, the first pitch, fastball for a called strike, 0-1. I forgot who it was now, Wayne. You'll probably know right away, but it was a position player who hit d'Arnaud with about a 55-mile-an-hour pitch, and Travis went down to his back like he'd been shot. It was D. Strange Gordon. That's right. 0-1 to d'Arnaud. The pitch, fastball high and away, 1-1. That was hilarious.
50-mile-an-hour fastball from D, and d'Arnaud hit the deck.
You know, we make fun of it and laugh about it, and Travis laughed about it. I don't think I'd be laughing if I got one even with a 50-mile-an-hour pitch. We just take things for granted up here. Those guys are borderline superhuman, trust me. The 1-1 to d'Arnaud. Breaking ball lined over short, just beyond the range.
Lindor almost had that play.
Lindor, a base hit going into left field.
Yeah, d'Arnaud always had the potential. I'm happy for him, just not against the Mets.
First Atlanta hit of this game, a 2-out single, and that'll bring up Adam Duvall.
Travis being a catcher, probably just felt like a strong wind when he got hit by that 50-mile-an-hour pitch.
Now, we're so happy for Travis d'Arnaud because he is such a good guy. He went through a lot after being traded to the Mets. It was in the same deal that brought Noah Syndergaard here, but when that deal was made for R.A. Dickey with Toronto, d'Arnaud was the centerpiece, but he just couldn't stay healthy here. Well, here's Duvall, power hitter, and the first pitch from Bassett is on the outside corner, a called strike, 0-1. Adam Duvall hitting just a $188 with 1 home run. He hit 38 last year, second in the National League, and 10 runs batted in, and he is striking out a lot. as are the Braves as a team. No score, 2 out, runner at first in the second. The pitch fouled back this way. It'll be underneath us. In the count, no balls and 2 strikes to Duvall. Braves are tied for the 3rd most strikeouts by any team in the major leagues. They've not scored a whole lot of runs, tied for 10th in the league, 12th in the league in batting average, hitting just .229 in a year when hardly anyone is hitting for anything even resembling a high average. So for the Braves, it's been a struggle. 3 games under 500, and they very well have a World Series hangover. Here's the 0-2 pitch, curveball, and that is
Nice pitch.
Strike 3 call. Big hook from Chris Bassett. His second.
That was a nasty curveball by Bassett to strike out Duvall. Excuse me. Yes, Duvall. Sorry. So, Jay Boogie, Buck Showalter got suspended 1 game because apparently Major League Baseball thought he told Lopez to intentionally hit Schwarber, which he didn't hit him. So I don't understand that. But okay. But again, guys, Chris Bassett gave up the first base hit to Travis d'Arnaud, but got out of the inning with no damage done. Going to the bottom of the second, let's see if the Mets can continue to work the count on Max Fried and have quality good at-bats for this Mets team. And that's what I think the Mets are going to do. They look like that's their plan for tonight, is to take some quality at-bats, work the count. I believe Max Fried has 21 pitches in the first. Going at that rate, he'll pitch 5 innings. So, you don't want these guys to go 6, 7 innings because that means they're most likely dominating the game. So, right now, Mets have 6, 7, 8, J.D. Davis, Starlin Marte, and Jeff McNeil. So, let's see if these guys can continue what they did in the top of the first. The only thing we want to include is a couple of runs because first and second, nobody out. You should at least get 1 run, and the Mets didn't do that. Lindor hit it hard, but hit it to center field. A soft pop-up to the shortstop, and then another fly out to center field. So, again, when it comes to the Braves, I talked about this after Freeman went to the Dodgers. Even though Olsen and his stats are as good or better than Freeman, it seems like a whole new vibe on this Braves team. The leadership, I don't think, is there, honestly. And Freeman has always been a Mets killer and always seems like he always got the big hit for the Braves during the season, no matter who they played. I think it's a big loss for the Braves. And I know a lot of people might say, oh, well, it's not the end-all be-all, but, we talked about chemistry with the Mets last year. I think that's a big deal. Not only you have the World Series over, but you lose the guy who did everything to help this team win in Freddie Freeman, and they didn't do it. All right, guys, so we're on to the bottom of the second. Mets are up. No score.
You can help heroes like Christopher at T2T.org. Last of the second inning with the Mets and the Braves scoreless.
Frankie, have a good night, buddy.
J.D. Davis will lead off for the Mets. Here's Buck Showalter, who he feels will benefit the most from Cano's departure by freeing some room up in the lineup. Davis takes inside ball 1, and right away Buck said, J.D. Davis, I've been trying to get more at-bats for him. He says he hits right-handers really well. Never mind just left-handers. So I think we're going to see a little bit more of him. Perhaps as a DH. The 1-0, breaking ball inside, a slider from Max Fried in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. Davis hitting .231. He's only had 26 at-bats. 1 homer, 2 runs batted in. So, based on what Buck says, I'll look for J.D. Davis to get some more playing time now. Here's the 2-0. Foul back to the screen. A fastball running in on his hands. Davis, Marte, and McNeil do up for the Mets here in the last half of the second inning.
26 at-bats for J.D. to this point, the fewest on the active roster. So he has certainly been the one guy that's not been able to get up there as much as the other Mets on the team.
Obviously, Dom Smith has found his way into most games. What a night he had last night. 4 hits. 2-1. Now the pitch to Davis. Swing and a miss and a fastball. And it's 2-2. Scoreboard update sponsored by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. Paul Goldschmidt homered for the Cardinals in the last of the first. Steven Metz threw 6 shutout innings. And the Cardinals beat the Royals 1-0 in St. Louis. Rematch of the '85 World Series. Don Dinkinger nowhere in sight. 2-2 to Davis. Swung out and missed. Strike three. Got it with a high fastball. So Fried has his first strikeout. One away. Starling Marte coming up. Dylan Cease had a great 7-inning performance for the White Sox as they beat the Angels 3-0. Just one hit allowed.
He struggles with fastballs, man. It's crazy.
And the Yankees and the Blue Jays are scoreless in the top of the second. In Toronto, Jordan Montgomery against Ross Stripling. Right here, Braves nothing, Mets nothing. One out, nobody on. Bottom of the second, and here's Marte. Been a struggle for Marte at the plate recently. First pitch to the right-hand batter. Taken on the outside corner, a slider for a called strike. Marte did have a 2-run single in the seventh inning last night, but he only has 4 hits in his last 27 at-bats. His average down to 225. The 0-1. Swing and a miss and a changeup away. And the count 0-2. Jeff McNeil waiting on deck. Marte with those 18 RBIs, tied for second in the league. The 0-2 curveball way outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Marte's another guy that Buck Showalter says he'll probably look to get off his feet pretty soon, whether it's a DH or just a day off altogether. 1-2 pitch. Fastball, and that's just a little bit high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mets' next off day will be 1 week from today. That'll be a day off in Washington between series with the Phillies and the Nationals. Now the 2-2 pitch. Swinging a liner over third. Base hit going towards the left field corner.
That's a double.
After it. Marte on his way to second. DeMerit's throw. Not in time. It's a stand-up.
There we go. Marte's starting to get hot now. After yesterday's 2 RBI single.
Over the leaping third baseman, Austin Riley. Let's have a runner in scoring position with 1 out. Jeff McNeil coming up. So for Marte, his third 2-base hit of the year for the second straight inning. The Mets with an opportunity.
Gotta get these runs in here.
They had first and second.
29 pitches for free.
Could not deliver a hit. Right here, they'll have a couple of cracks to get Marte in. And McNeil had quite a night last night. 4 for 5, his average at 361, 4th best in the league. They are not overshifted on the infield. But Swanson, the shortstop, swung way over towards the second base bag. Reed ready. First pitch. Swinging a drive in the air to center. Bat goes Duvall. Still going. Marte tags. Duvall makes the catch. Marte on his way.
All right, see if McCann could do something here with 2 outs.
Long fly ball out from McNeil. Marte gets to third, but now
Mets have been kings with 2 outs and runners in scoring position this year.
Marte realized off the bat that ball wasn't going to fall in. He made a good read, recognizing how deep it was able to get to third base easily, but now the Mets need something with 2 out again to get the run home. McCann, home for his last 7. His average just a $1.67 with a homer and 5 runs batted in. Mets and Braves are scoreless with 2 out here in the last half of the second inning. Field around towards right against the right-hand hitting McCann.
Yeah, they are getting good swings so far.
First pitch. Fastball, that's on the outside corner for a call, strike 1. McCann's 1 home run this year, which was in Arizona.
0-0 score, Steven.
452-foot home run. Furthest he's ever hit one. On 1. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. A slider in the dirt, down and away. And McCann now in an 0-2 hole to get Brandon Nimmo to the plate. A doubleheader tomorrow, a single admission doubleheader, beginning at 3:10. Mets will throw Carrasco and Peterson, Morton and Wright for the Braves. The exact order still to be determined. 0-2 to McCann. Freed to the belt. Now the pitch.
Wild
And
pitch.
it gets away from Darno. Goes to the backstop.
Yes.
Marte to score standing without a throw. And the Mets have a 1-0 lead. It was a slider in the dirt.
There we go.
By Max Fried. And Darno was not able to come up with it. And the Mets take the lead here in the second inning.
Now, we've talked about all the ways the Mets have scored with 2 outs this
There we
year.
go.
But that was a pitch from Max Fried that didn't give Darno much of a chance. It bounced in front of home plate. Travis tried to get over, but the ball actually stuck between Travis's arm and his chest protector and went to the backstop as Starling Marte came across the plate.
1-2 to McCann. Pitch foul back to the screen. Brandon Nimmo on deck.
There we go.
Scoreboard had Nimmo, his likeness on the big video board. But it's still McCann, and the count.
Adventures, come on, man. This team's one of the best teams in baseball.
Notice, by the way, Francisco Alvarez got off to a red hot
You call it
start.
charity? I call it situational hitting, manufactured runs. That's how it works there. Good base running. He tagged up on second base.
Francisco Alvarez is a baby. 20 years old. They're going to keep him down there. Imagine the entirety of the season, unless they move him up to Syracuse at some point if he really rakes. But right now, the Mets are very happy defensively with what they've got behind the plate. They're not getting much from McCann or Nito offensively. The 1-2 pulled on the ground. Shortstop Paul backhanded by Swanson. Down to when he gets up and throws to first in time to get McCann. Side retired. Nicely done by Dansby Swanson. And the Mets score a run on a hit.
All right, so Mets got a run on a wild pitch by Max Fried. Again, the double by Marte. Tagging up. Smart base run. You got to tag in that situation. You know, in that situation, you put pressure on the pitcher there. When you have a guy at third base like that, you know, you don't want to bounce a ball and the ball gets away. Well, he did. And, you know, he squeezed that ball a little bit more tighter than he might have if a guy wasn't on third base. Ball got in dirt, a bad pitch, and it got away from Darno. And the Mets take the lead. The Mets, again, this is what I keep on saying. This team puts pressure on the opposing team. And that's key. You know, it doesn't show up on the stats sheet the next day. But Marte beating out a double, tagging up. Mets have been kings with 2 outs and scoring runs. You know, it wasn't pretty, but guess what? It puts pressure on the pitcher when Marte gets the third on that play with 2 outs. They're like, all right, see what happens here. You know, a bad pitch, ball gets away, run scores. That's smart baseball right there. That's good baseball. You know, in years past, we saw what Nimmo did with that bad base run, didn't take up on third. You know what? That probably calmed down Freak in that first inning. Saying, oh, good, I don't got a guy on third. I don't have to worry about it too much. Now I can throw my nasty curveball in the third. Well, guess what? When there's a guy on third, now they're taking a risk throwing that curveball in the third, and the run scored. Again, this is what the Mets have done all year. Manufacture runs, smart base running, and working accounts. Fried's pitch count is high right now in the second inning. And you know what? I'm going to tell you right now, if he continues to have these high pitch counts in an inning, well, guess what? He might be out in the 5th inning. And the Mets have been very good at doing that against pitchers who are actually very good and throughout the season so far. So we're going to the top of the third. Mets lead 1-0.
Around the score on a 2-out wild pitch by Braves starter Max Fried. So 1-0 New York as Chris Bessick gets set to go to work in the third inning. Mr. Birthday Boy, happy birthday again, Wade.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the birthday
And time of
wishers
hitting,
out there
right.
that have reached out to me today, and a couple of folks here at Section 318 that have even brought gifts for me here today. Got a spongy bathtub baseball.
Yeah, what's the, is there some hidden meaning to that?
I don't know. It's a water bomb. First pitch high and outside, ball 1 to Travis DeMeritt.
Water bomb, huh?
Yep, we got some cannolis in here.
Hey, America, what's up, buddy?
Pretty good. 1-0 pitch to Travis DeMeritt. Bounce to the left side, backing up to handle it knee-high. J.D. Davis swings it across to Alonso, chest high at first. And there's 1 out here at the third as we come to you live from the Von Murphy broadcast booth. proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The Mets leading 1-0 here in the third as Dansby Swanson will be the batter. And scored in the bottom of the second. Starling Marte came across on a wild pitch. First Mets run of the game, sponsored by Sloman's Home Security. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME or visit slomans.com to find out how you can get a free home security system.
Drops. What's up, buddy?
Professional installation. Swanson has struck out a lot. Pass it downhill, first pitch. Fastball low, ball one. Swanson leads the National League, punching out 31 times. The Braves as a team have struck out a lot. Adam Duvall is third in the league with 29 strikeouts, actually 30 now. He struck out his first time today. 1-0 pitch. Up the end of the bat, Swanson, it's a fly ball toward the right field line. Marte runs over. Moving near the line, he runs out of room. That ball just foul. And out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike on Swanson. The Braves, long-time shortstop now, and one of so many Georgia natives on this team. Even Travis Demerit, who was born in New York City, went to high school in Georgia. Matt Olson, new Brave, Georgia native from Atlanta. Went to high school just outside of Atlanta, just like Jeff Francoeur. Same high school as Jeff Francoeur, Braves TV analyst, who is an Atlanta native and an eventual Atlanta Brave. Swanson's wearing Francoeur's old number. Swanson wearing number 7.
Chipper Jones. Oh, boy.
1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out, nobody on here in the third inning. 1-0, the Mets have the lead. So checking in with McCann, wants some new signs. Swanson steps out of the box. But, aside from maybe the California and Texas teams, just because there's so many Californians and Texans in the majors, Braves stockpile their hometown kids. The 1-1. Ricky ball, check swing, and a tip into the glove of McCann for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. I can't think of any other team that seems to hone in on local kids quite like the Atlanta Braves does. I mean, they ship Freddie Freeman out of town to bring a local kid home. Wilson, now the first baseman of the Braves. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Swanson. Pass it from his windup, left leg kick, the pitch. Big curve, swing and a miss, strike 3.
There we go.
Bassett just floating that
Beautiful curveball.
Play looks so tantalizing until it drops out of sight. 70-mile-an-hour pitch from Bassett, and Swanson hacks right through it. 32nd time Swanson has struck out to lead the league this year, and for Bassett, his third strikeout tonight, 2 up, 2 down. Now Ronald Acuna is the batter. Acuna struck out looking his first time. Right-handed hitter, first pitch. Ball missed low, 1 ball, no strikes. Acuna is still trying to work his way back from the torn ACL. Playing his 4th game, the Braves have tried not to play him in back-to-back days yet, especially back-to-back days in the outfield. He tore his ACL playing the outfield. 1-0. That's ball in the dirt, 2 balls and no strikes. Acuna had to miss out on all the fun last year when the Atlanta Braves took off in the second half, although maybe without those trades that they made, the Braves wouldn't have done that, and maybe without the Acuna injury, they wouldn't have made those trades. Balls and no strikes on Ronald Acuna. 2 out, nobody on. Third inning, Mets lead by 1 pitch. Fastball, strike on the outside corner. 2 balls.
That's what Bassett attacks the strike zone.
One of the most dynamic young players in
He's
baseball.
done that so far this year as a Met.
Forget how young some of these guys are. Juan Soto's still in his early 20s, and so is Acuna. He's 24 years old. Balls at the strike. This time is called. Acuna backs out of the box and settles back in. Pass it downhill to 2-1. Slider is bounced softly toward third. Charging Davis. Scoops, throws on the run. Acuna is out at first. We're going to check that.
Yeah, I think he's safe, guys.
Davis did all he could as he charged in on a slowly hit bouncer off the bat of Acuna. And as Davis gloved at the ankle, threw it across.
Good hustle by Acuna there.
As he usually does. JD has such a great arm. That throw seemed to be more of a changeup that he tossed to Alonso at first. Looking at the replay now, Acuna is pretty clearly safe. So that'll be an infield hit for Ronald Acuna after a
Even game day got confused there. Definitely safe for sure.
Starting their dance out there on the field here with third base. Atlanta is challenging the outfield. That's the voice of Blas Diaz. He is both the crew chief and the calling umpire. So he has to drag someone else into it too, just because they need 2 umpires there. Handle the replay. I'm not sure why. Usually it's the calling umpire and the crew chief. But in this instance, it's one and the same. So third base umpire, Ryan O'Nora, has been
But I don't know if you can go wrong with Ryan Seaver, Kuzma, Gentry.
earpieces to their ears.
It's hard to go against that.
Definitely safe.
They'll say, "Hey, Laz, you messed up." Now go tell everybody else you messed up.
Yeah, so Acuna is safe, obviously. So 2 outs with a man on. Nice hustle by Acuna at the first.
Doing the reviewing this week. Ryan O'Nora is trying to get away from Laz Diaz's fastball.
The runner is safe, and now we change their challenge.
I should have thrown in a my bad.
Yeah, he said without a smile. That's for sure.
How about Sean Barber yesterday? He was umpiring first base in the White Sox-Angels game. He had 4 calls overturned at first base. Ron Washington, who they were about to do a Mr. Met dash or something along the third base line. There was an extra third base out there. Ron Washington scooped it up and gave it to the umpire. 2 outs, Acuna's at first.
It's a bit.
Throw to first as Acuna dives back. Ronald Acuna does have a couple of stolen bases already. Again, he's playing in just his 4th game, and if there was any holding back to see how he'd feel coming back from the ACL injury, it hasn't happened. He's out there doing what he does.
Yeah, game day's a little bit behind, guys.
40-40 candidate. In a full season's worth of games. Ronald Acuna got pretty close a couple of years ago. 2 outs, Acuna at first. Matt Olson, the batter, applied to left his first time. First pitch down and in. 1 ball, no strikes. These 2 guys know each other pretty well. Chris Bassett, member of the Oakland A's for the last handful of years, and Matt Olson, who came up with Oakland in 2016, stands in. Olson had a huge year last year, 39 home runs, drove in over 110. Both career highs, 1-0. Olson hammered deep down the right field line toward the corner. Well fouled. What a shot. One ended up near the concession area, deep in the right field corner, at the top of the Coca-Cola corner. That's close to Juan Soto territory.
Soto hit a fair ball out.
Way out in front.
And Olson's ball was decidedly foul. I'm not sure whether it might have clipped the upper deck or not. Not the Coca-Cola corner upper deck, but the third deck here at Citi Field. I don't think it did. I think it went past that.
Ball 1 strike on Olson. First as Acuna dives back. Last year, Olson tied a major league record for the most left-on-left home runs of all time. He had 22 home runs off of left-handed pitchers last year, and tied Stan Musial's record that been standing since the late 40s. Ball 1 strike on Matt Olson here. Ground runner on first pitch, swinging a foul back, and it's 1-2.
Bassett got 34 pitches, 2 outs in the third. Man on first, Olson up with 2 strikes.
Prodigious power, which he first showed off when he was 4 years old.
4-3 Mets, Michael.
3 years older than him, and he'd play with the older brother and all of his friends, so a bunch of 7-year-olds. And Matt, at age 4, was hitting the ball further than all the 7-year-olds. Hit one over his house. His brother and his friends ran in and told Matt's dad, "You got to see this kid." A ball, 2 strikes on Matt Olson. 8-year, $168 million contract extension. He was traded to the Braves for the first. As Acuna dives back.
I think a lot of us agree it's going to be a 1-1 ball game for sure.
It's late 1-0 third inning. All 2 strikes to count on Olson. Bassett of Eltai set. Pitch. Breaking ball high. It's 2-2. Olson will strike out his fair share as well. Not as much as he used to. He's struck out 163 times a few years ago. Cut that number down to 113 last year. He's still prone to punch out. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count on Olson. 2 outs with Acuna aboard at first. It's 1-0 in favor of the Mets. Bassett's pitch. Check swing and a miss, strike 3.
What a slider.
It was a breaking ball slider that
Fooled Matt Olson. flailing at that pitch inside. Bassett gets out of the inning. No score. No run score for the Braves. 1-0 Mets going to the bottom of the third. Again, this is why I like Chris Bassett starting the series. He's got so many pitches. He can throw a curveball 80 miles an hour, 79 miles an hour, and throw a curveball 70 miles an hour. Also, he changes up his speeds on his fastball. He's confusing a lot of the hitters. And let's be honest, right now the Braves hitters are struggling to start off the season so far. Again, they can get hot at any moment, but right now, Bassett, who is not a hard thrower, changes up speeds with all his pitches, is definitely a tough go when you have a lineup struggling as the Braves is right now. Nice hustle by Acuna, running out that infield single, but Bassett shut it down and got to the 3 outs and didn't have any ill effect for that Acuna infield single. So once again with the Mets are a team who can continue to manufacture runs, put pressure on the defense, which they did in that last inning. That sac fly is not going to show up in the stat sheet tomorrow. But that sac fly got Marte to third base. Any pitch that got away, possible score, and that's what happened. So that's what I think is the key to this game, and it's been the key to the Mets all season. And they're continuing to do it right now. They're working the account of Max Fried right now, and that's exactly what they got to keep on doing. Continue to work the count, Max Fried. I believe, I don't know, I didn't check the pitch count before it went off. I think he has over 40 pitches right now going to the third inning. That's somewhat of a high pitch count. And with these young pitches, they're not making them go long right now, especially early parts in the season. But look, we always got to worry about the Braves. It's just that simple. All right, guys, going to the bottom of the third, top of the order for the Mets.
Everybody's gorging themselves around us with all the food options here at the ballpark. Mets lead the Braves 1-0. Brandon Nimmo begins the bottom of the third. It's left-hander Max Fried. Fried from the windup, first pitch. Looks at a fastball strike on the outer edge, and it's 0-1. Max Fried has been a control freak to start this year. He has walked one hitter in 26 innings. It was in his first start, too. It was against Cincinnati. The Reds' Tommy Pham drew Fried's only walk. That was on April 7th. 1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. It feels like April 7th still today. It feels like February 7th. It's a chilly night here at Citi Field on the 2nd of May. 1 ball, 1 strike on Brandon Nimmo. Grounded to the second baseman, Albies, his first time, and Albies made an error. 1-1. It's a ground ball off the glove of Fried. Bounces to Riley, grabs it, and throws off balance to first in time to retire Nimmo. So ricochet from Fried to Riley. Set up the out at first. 1 away, and the batter down, Mark Canha. McDonald's wants to remind Mets fans that when the Mets score 5 runs tonight, tomorrow, everyone gets a free medium prize with any purchase of $1 or more using the McDonald's app and participating McDonald's. Canha extended his hitting streak already tonight. He's up to 7 games with a single in the first inning. He's batting .357 now. He's in the top 5 in the National League. Good start for Mark Canha, who's still looking for his first home run. He's a guy who's hit as many as 23 home runs in a big league season. Another Oakland A's teammate of Matt Olson as Canha digs in here. Right-handed batter against the lefty Fried. Right leg kick pitch. And it's a high fly.
That looks gone.
Field, pretty deep. Demeric going back. He's at the warning track. He leaps.
Yeah!
Home run, Mark Canha.
First home run as a Met.
His first home run as a
Yeah.
New York Met.
Let's go.
358 side in left center field.
2-0 Mets.
Front row of seats in front of the Great Wall of Flushing in left center.
Let's go.
Mark Canha with that blast has given the Mets a 2-0 lead.
Good stuff for the Mets.
That is only the
He
second
crushed that
home
ball.
run allowed by Fried this year. It's only the 4th he has ever given up against the Mets. Max Fried has faced the Mets a lot over the years. 70 innings.
I called it.
3 home runs.
2 nights in a row. I
By
called
Alonso.
Dominic Smith's game and I called Canha hitting a
Mark
home run.
Canha drives out his first home run in a Mets uniform. And
That was a
Canna says,
bomb
"Come
to
on,
left
give me some
field,
love."
guys. 2-0
Finally
Mets.
got number one.
There we go.
First pitch.
Finally for Kana.
Breaking ball strike in there to Lindor. It's 0-1.
There we go, guys.
I asked Mark just the other day about
Very good
the
pickup.
fact that he hasn't homered yet, if it was something he was thinking about. He
Not
said,
gonna lie,
know
I
I'm doing a
have
good
not.
job here. I'm getting on base a lot, getting my base hits. So
I did not hear much about Kana when we first got him. I didn't even know much who he was until I did my research. So it's a good quality pickup by Epler for sure.
His first home run is that. Knocking on out against Max Fried. 2-0 Mets, the 1-1. Brewer takes outside, ball 2. Mets ball club to this point has not hit many home runs. That is just the 19th home run by the Mets. Atlanta leads the National League with 28.
100 home run.
Off the plate toward third, coming in, Riley grabs it. Off balance throw. This is a good one as well from Riley. He retired Lindor by plenty. Riley's got a good arm. 2 outs, base is empty. 2-0. The Mets have the lead, and now Pete Alonso will be the batter.
All right, Pete. Let's go.
Alonso hit the first.
Just to keep you guys updated, the trainer is going out to talk to Max Fried, so hopefully he's not injured. You know, you don't want to see an injury. Let's hope he's okay. But the trainer is out there right now. I think Fried's coming out of the game, guys. Oh, no, he's staying in. All right, so he looks like he's okay. But he doesn't look... Oh, the Nimmo ball hit Fried, so maybe that was it. But he looks okay.
There's some sort of blister issue that could be there for Fried, but he'll shoot away his manager and the trainer, and he'll stay in this game for now. Maybe on the ricochet, the ball kind of hit him in the thigh, might have gotten some of the gloves. I don't think that would have been too big of a deal from Nimmo's at bat. Canna is homer, Lindor grounded out, so now 2 out, nobody on. Pete Alonso has hit those first 2 home runs, 3 allowed to the Mets in his career. Standing in to bat now, Alonso lined short, off to short rather, his first time. First pitch, check swing and a miss. Alonso couldn't hold the slider. No balls and 1 strike. Max Fried last year pitched the decisive game in the 2021 World Series. He tossed 6 scoreless innings against the Astros to finish off the Braves' first World Championship since 1995. 0-1. Alonso takes it to third, 1 ball, 1 strike. What you may not remember is that Max Fried was the only starter in last year's World Series to complete more than 5 innings. He pitched 6 in Game 6 of the World Series. It was the longest start of the World Series. Ball 1 strike on Alonso here. 2 out, nobody on pitch. Swing and a miss. Good changeup by Fried blown away. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. It's 2 Atlanta, nothing. It's bottom of third. Scored a run in the second of a wild pitch. Mark Canna's first homer is a Met. Jumped to extend the lead. Fried's 1-2 pitch. Alonso takes strike 3 call. Fastball in the inner third. Knee high.
All right, guys. So the Mets get another run by a Mark Canna. First home run of the season to make it 2-0 Mets going to the top of the 4th. Well, again, Mark Canna has been really good all year. On base percentage, he only had 1 extra base hit in the season, but he's been getting quality hits, batting over 320, and finally got his first home run. He crushed that ball, guys. 100% crushed that ball. But I can definitely dig it, Ryan. But it's nice to see Connor get his first bomb of the year. He freaking crushed that ball. As soon as he hit it, it looked on. Well, once again, guys, Mets lead 2-0 going to the top of the 4th. Chris Bassett has been pitching well for the Mets. His pitch count is low, so, I expect Chris Bassett to go 6-7 innings, and that's what we've been expecting from starters all year so far. And I keep on expecting it. And let's be honest, guys, we definitely need Chris Bassett to go 6 to 7 innings, because we got to save that bullpen for tomorrow in the doubleheader. It's imperative to get game 1. So whatever you got to do it and get that win, fine. But it'd be nice to only have like 2 or 3 relievers come in for this game to win a ball game. You don't want 5 or 6 because that's just going to mess you up. Especially the Mets don't have an off day until next week, so that's not something that you want to work your bullpen to death over the next week. So, but definitely the pickups for the Mets, the Martes, the Canas, Escobar, for the most part, has been pretty good. He's been struggling with runners in scoring position, but he's been a beast getting on base. Extra bases. He's been good with no runners on. Scoring position, he still has been having the problems. Even though he's a run scoring machine in his career, he hasn't shown that as of yet. But Mets leading 2-0 goals going to the top of the fourth. See if Chris Bassett can continue his good pitching performance so far. Here we go, guys.
Fourth inning is sponsored by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K, to donate your car today as the Mets carry a 2-0 lead against the Atlanta Braves. Braves ball club that won the World Series last year, but took a long time to get going. It wasn't until early August of last season, August 6th. The Braves got above the 500 mark for the first time last year, on their way to a regular season in which they won 88 games. That was enough last year in the National League East by plenty. First pitch to Austin Riley, a fastball strike on the inner half. 0-1. The Phillies finished second. They won 82 last year. The Mets were below 500 despite playing well in the first half of last year. The balls at a strike got Austin Riley grounded to second his first time. Two big differences between last year and this year so far.
No, Bobby, I agree. They haven't hit their full stride yet.
Is not going to be enough to win the National League East. At least that's how it looks now. 0-1 from Bassett. Breaking ball low and away, ball 1. Really, the season turned for the Mets last year when Jacob deGrom got hurt. He threw his last pitch on July 7th. We didn't see him again. And at that point, the season totally tumbled for the Mets from that point on. Starting pitching went completely away. 1-1. Riley's high fly ball.
That's gone.
Field, pretty deep. Canada giving up.
All right.
That ball is long gone.
That was a hanger that Riley killed.
Into the seats in left center field has blasted a home run. It's the 7th this year for Riley. It's the new team lead for the Braves, who now have a National League leading 29 homers as a team. Atlanta's on the board.
That was definitely a shot. That was a hanging breaking ball.
Might have been a little slow to develop.
That was a shot. Left center field. Bad pitch by Bassett there.
But Riley figured it out, and in particular figured it out against the Mets last year. Now everybody's paying.
Still just 25 years old, coming off an all-world season last year. And the
bad pitch, right down the middle.
Candidacy last season, Austin Riley was tremendous.
But definitely going to give up those if you're going to throw a bad pitch like that. But Riley killed that ball. 2-1 Mets. Riley has been the Braves' best player this year so far. 7 home runs.
Smith takes a strike to the outside corner at the knees. And it's 0-2 as the Mets now lead 2-1 in the 4th inning. Get back to the Mets starting pitching last year. That really was done after deGrom got hurt.
I agree, Bobby. Riley, it took him a couple of years to get it going, but he found it. Really good player for the Braves.
Starting staffs in baseball, and Jacob hasn't thrown a pitch yet. Balls at 2 strikes on Ozuna as time is called. Things that the Braves relied on last year, they probably will not be there again for them in the same way this year. Atlanta might be a little bit concerned about a slow start. The 0-2 wave of the Mets.
All right, nice comeback by Bassett there. Strike out Ozuna.
Ozuna reaching. Bassett has struck out 5. There's 1 out here in the 4th.
And you just think about it, Wayne, the off-season gets a little shorter when you win the World Series. You play till the end of October, beginning of November, and yeah, this spring was a bit of an aberration because spring training started a little bit late. But by the same token, the emotional drain winning a World Series sometimes can affect you the next year.
The Albies grounded at first his first time. The last repeat champion, the Yankees, more than 20 years ago now. It is tough to win 2 in a row because of how much you do spend to win just the 1. First pitch to Albies. Breaking balls outside. 1 ball, no strikes. The slow curve from Bassett just missed. Ozzy Albies has not had a hit in 23 3 straight plate appearances. 1-0.
Albie scares me in this spot.
Outside, ball
He's due to get hot.
longest
That's what
hitless
worries
drought
me.
in his major league career. Off to a good start. He had 6 home runs right out of the gate. 2-0 coming. He weaves and misses on a sinker that tailed away. He'll pass it out of it there. He swung at ball 3. 2 balls, 1 strike. It's 2 Braves, 1 here in the 4th. Field is over, shifted for Albies. Bassett's dealing 2-1. Strict foul toward first. Count 2-2. Mets baseball is brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. Visit tryhondadealers.com. Braves are missing Eddie Rosario. He's going to be out a couple more months. After having a procedure on his eye. He had a very scary situation going on. He was experiencing blurred vision. Definitely affected him on the baseball field. Rosario was just 3 for 44 at the time he went on the injured list. Braves announcers were telling me that there was a fly ball in a game earlier this year that Rosario looked like he was camped under it, and the ball fell next to him. Couldn't see it at all. 2-2, the pitch. These fouls went away to the left, still 2-2. That's scary. Imagine facing big league pitching you can't see. Rosario getting that eye fixed, and he'll be back toward the middle of the season.
So, Mark, I agree with that. That would be cool.
Balls 2 strikes on Albies. Bassett from his windup pitch. Wave and a miss, strike 3.
There you go.
Another slow breaking ball, and Albies had a swing to match. Just fanned his bat out there just as slow as the pitch was coming by. And Ozzie Albies punches out. So Bassett now with 6 strikeouts. Each of his last 3 outs have been Ks.
Yeah, we should definitely try to set that up, guys. It might be hard to get a group thing going, like a group seeding or something like that. Or maybe people might want to do a group suite. That would be cool. I know it's expensive, but we'll figure it out, guys. We'll try to get together and figure it out. Once again, guys, don't forget to hit that like button, guys.
Time is called again as Travis steps out of the box. Darno was saying that last year's Braves run reminded him a lot of 2015. First pitch. Fastball strike on the outer half. In terms of the expectations going into the playoffs, the Braves have the worst record of the playoff teams, just like the Mets did that year. It's got to the World Series. The Braves won it. 0-1. Ricky ball is popped up. Shallow right. Alonso goes out. McNeil calls the ball on the outfield grass.
All right, guys, there we go. So Chris Bassett came back nicely after that Raleigh bomb of a home run. So it's still 2-1 Mets. They're winning. Again, Albies looks lost at the plate right now. I've never seen Ozzie Albies look that bad. But Austin Riley has been the new Mets killer over the last couple of years. He's been their best offensive player so far. But nice way to Chris Bassett come back, striking out the next 2 batters, and flying out for the last guy out. Look, Riley scares me. Powerful guy, but you know what? I'd rather have a solo home run than guys getting on base in front of him. So that's what Chris Bassett does well. He gave up that huge home run. Some pitches might get flustered, might get a little messed up in the head and start, losing the strike zone. Not Chris Bassett. Chris Bassett came right back, struck out Ozuna, struck out Albies, and got a fly out and got the next 3 batters out. That's signs of a really good pitcher. You know what? Chris Bassett is a solid pitcher, professional pitcher. On most staffs, he's probably a number 2 guaranteed. So yeah, speaking of that, group thing at a Met game, if you guys look, like I said, it could be, it might not be much if you get enough people in the suite. You get 15 to 20 people, it might be a lot cheaper for everybody, cost wise, if you want to do it like that. A cool suite for a game. Most likely probably be Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. Most people might be off. Again, we'll talk about that a little, at some point. But yeah, maybe $100 per person, $150 per person. You get the food, you get the drinks, and that'll be a cool time. Maybe we can get a good 20, 30 people going. That would be great. But like I said, guys, Mets lead 2-1. Chris Bassett came back well. See if the Mets can come in the bottom of the fourth and get the job done. We got Escobar, Davis, and Marte, guys. So here we go, going to the bottom of the fourth.
J.D. Davis and Starling Marte. Mets have a 2-1 lead against Atlanta. Canada's first home run is red, opening Mets offense tonight. I understand the Met Gala's going on in Manhattan tonight.
Oh, there's always something funky comes out of that. Somebody wears something they shouldn't, or somebody should.
First pitch to Escobar. Check swing, bounce foul. First base side 0-1. You think Buck went over there now that he couldn't be allowed here tonight?
I bet the under.
Walter missing in action from the Mets dugout. Suspended before the game because of Yohan Lopez throwing at Schwarber last night. 0-1 to Escobar. Swinging a miss on a changeup, and it's 0-2.
Lopez might have thought he was winning some points for the organization. I'm not so sure that he did. It might have backfired on him, really. He was going to go down anyway as one of the cuts today. That was not a mystery.
Almost 2 strikes on Escobar. Lefty to righty, Breed's pitch. Escobar's chopper right in front of home plate. Darno grabs it with his bare hand. Easy toss to
Well,
first.
Ryan, no transaction because you get an extra man during a doubleheader. So Peters is just the extra guy.
Brought to you by the New York Lottery. The scratch-off games are on sale now. Try your luck today and you can bring home a win. Arizona has gotten some wins lately. They lead Miami tonight. 4-0 in the 5th. Dave Peralta's driven in 3 runs. He's home. Zach Gallen is out pitching Pablo Lopez. A fantastic month of April. He was named the National League Pitcher of the Month for April. Pablo Lopez today. First pitch to Davis, breaking ball, strike 3 to him.
Impressive.
No, I think that was news to him. Yankees lead Toronto 2-1. That game's in the 4th. Gleyber Torres is a 2-run homer. Yankees try to win their 10th straight. Balls 1 strike on JD. 1 out, nobody on in the 4th. Mets lead 2-1. Breed ready. Right leg kick to pitch. Even miss. Curveball for Breed as Davis was out in front. No balls, 2 strikes. Curveballs tonight between Breed and Bassett. Mets have a 2-1 lead. Austin Riley homering off of Bassett last inning. 9th career homer at Citi Field in 73 at bats. It's quite a bit in a short amount of time. 0-2 to Davis pitch. It's a ball high and away. Ball 1. Ball 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on. Breed from his windup, right leg kick to pitch. Davis pumps it up, foul toward first. Olsen chasing after to his left, might have room. He does, makes the catch. Right near the camera well on the first base side as Davis fouls out. 2 up, 2 down for Breed. He's retired 4 in a row since Mark Canha's home run. Is the Power Report. Sponsored by the Tri-Acura dealers.
Hey guys, Mets got 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th.
Shot to left off Max Breed in the bottom of the 3rd. Marte will be the batter. Marte has scored a run in this game as well. He doubled with the 3rd on a flyout and scored on a wild pitch in the 2nd. Right-handed batter, Marte calls time. Max Breed has thrown 12 curveballs and 11 sliders in this game. Masses threw 10 sliders and 5 curves. First pitch to Marte ties him up, and it's a check swing on him. Strike according to Laz Diaz, the umpire at first. No balls, 1 strike on Marte. Reed from his windup, the 0-1. 3rd, it's 1 ball, 1 strike on Starling Marte. Run by Riley, adding to Atlanta's total solo home runs. 82% of their home runs so far this year have been solo shots. Ball, 1 strike, pitch on the way. Marte takes outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Jeff McNeil will follow here in the bottom of the 4th. Mets lead 2-1. That's if Marte can keep the inning going. Reed from his windup, the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. The curve from Reed, big hook. Coming through the left arm of Max Reed, really close to a 12-6 drop on that pitch when it's right. Marte swings right through it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 out, nobody on. Field mostly straight up for Marte. To the left a little. Field plays up toward right center. The 2-2 pitch is in there. Strike 3 called.
All right, guys. So the Mets went up down 1-2-3 in that inning. Nothing done there. Mets the lead 2-1. Max Fried seemingly a little bit finding a groove at this point. He has 61 pitches in the 4th, going into the 5th. So pitch count is somewhat decent, but right now he looks like he got that curveball. He's spotting for strikes. So it's gonna be tough to score on him right now. You guys hope Chris Bassett can keep this score in the Mets' favor at this point. So the Mets lead 2-1 going to the top of the 5th. Riley hit the home run. Connor hit a solo home run. Marte came in a wild pitch. That is the scoring totals for the game so far, going to the 5th inning. See if Chris Bassett can continue basically dominating the lineup besides Austin Riley at the moment. So see what we can do. But Fried's just looking better now. We talked about this in the Mets pregame. The Mets have to get to him early because when he gets into that groove, he's dominant. He's very hard to hit. And that's where it is at the moment. But you know what? That was a bad 5th, 4th inning for the Mets. You know, every inning they actually had a runner on base, 2 and 3 and 2 in scoring position. You know, first time they went down in order, but that's okay. You know, you come back in the 5th inning, you're gonna have 8-9 1 up for the Mets. See if Chris Bassett can get this done quick and get the offense right back out there to get some runs for him. You know, Bassett has, I don't know how many pitches he has. I think he has around 50 something, if I'm not mistaken. I have to double check that. I'll see when game day pops back up with that. But I believe he has 50. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's 50 something pitches, I believe. Could be wrong. But we'll see. All right, guys. So here we go. Going to top of the 5th, Mets lead 2-1.
Lead against the Braves. First of a 4-game series. Doubleheader tomorrow. Postponed games from the first week scheduled season. Wednesday afternoon will be the finale. Mets will have David Peterson back on their roster tomorrow on the pitch. Carlos Carrasco will start as well. We'll see Charlie Morton and Kyle Wright.
49 pitches for Bassett.
Atlanta. Wright's been terrific.
Nice pitch count so far.
Adam Duvall leads off the top of the 5th against Chris Bassett. Mets have a 2-1 lead. Play-by-play, here's how.
All right, thank you very much, Wayne. It's kind of a window into what next year is going to look like because the Braves, the division rival, are only making 2 trips to New York now. First pitch to Duvall, a curveball outside for ball 1. They had those 2 games postponed the first week of the season, so a couple of double headers, one tomorrow and another one in August will make up for that. This is it, you know, a series here and a series in August. The 1-0 bounce foul, third base side, picked by Coach Ron Washington. I'd say Wash is, would you call him one of the most beloved coaches in the entire sport right now?
See what he tweeted the other day?
With the ring?
No, with his baby picture.
Oh, that I didn't see. I saw one with the ring.
So a lot of people wanted to see a picture of him as a baby. So he tweeted out a picture of a baby with his hairdo photoshopped on it.
The 1-1 on the way. Best ball for a Colts, right? It's 1-2. Well, you know, he's been a successful manager. Remember, he won pennants with the Texas Rangers. People tend to forget that sometimes. He is a phenomenal infield coach and teacher. And these Braves love him. 1-2 to Duvall, a curve low outside. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Braves center fielder who struck out his first time up. one of those baseball lifers who has given so much to the game in terms of, the trickle-down effect of his teachings. You look at how some of these Braves infielders have come along over the last few years, Swanson and Albies and Riley, and defensively, anyhow, they say to a man, they owe all of it to Ron Washington. And a lot of original drills that he'll do to try and keep guys sharp, work on their reflexes, work on their timing. 2-2, long time here between pitches, and now time called at home plate. Bassett just bends down for a moment to sweep a little dirt to his right pant leg for a moment. Getting back up onto the rubber. Duvall, right-hand hitter with power. The 2-2 pitch is in there.
Yeah.
Strike three call. He got him with a fastball. Although you'd have a hard time convincing Adam Duvall of that. And that is the 7th strikeout.
7 strikeouts in 5 innings.
One man away.
Nice to see.
Travis DeMeritt coming up. Mets pitchers have struck out 7. Brave pitchers have struck out 3. There's not been a walk issued in this game. And it's interesting that they've got a lot of hitters. Well, not a lot, but you've got a few hitters in this game who have appeared perturbed with Chad Fairchild, who has a rather wide strike zone in this game. So here's DeMeritt. First pitch to him, a fastball in for a called strike. Nothing quad. Interesting deal. DeMeritt, Wayne was talking before about his being from Georgia, the Atlanta area. Before he had his first home run, he was on deck. Another man from Georgia was trying to chat him up in the on-deck circle. And she said, "Hey, how about hitting a home run for me?" And DeMeritt said, "Well, I'll try, but I can't promise that." Well, he did. The 0-1 breaking ball, no one away, 1 ball and 1 strike. And then on his way back to the dugout after the home run, he high-fived the lady. Kind of a Lastings Village moment. It was celebrated in Atlanta as it should have been. It was just a nice little moment, Lastings Village, when he was with the Mets, hit a home run. He's slapping palms with fans down the right field line. He was vilified for it. The 1-1, fastball on the outside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So it's interesting. That was meeting Village's episode back in 2006. So I guess in some ways we have come a long ways in 16 years. 1-2 pitch, curveball hit high in the air, shallow left. In comes Kenna, and he makes the one-hand catch. 2 men away as we come to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth, proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. I have a feeling, Wayne, that if Lastings Village had done today what he did in 2006, it would have been received a lot better and a lot more warmly than it was 16 years ago.
Probably so. The game has changed in that regard quite a bit, and fun moments are a lot more celebrated and accepted these days.
Especially when they're innocent. It was just pure organic fun. Dansby Swanson takes on the outside corner. Strike 1 call. Swanson struck out his first time. He's punched out 32 times already. Most of the league. Mets 2, Braves 1. 2 out, nobody on, top of the 5th. Field swung around to the left. The 0-1 breaking ball is outside. 1-1 as this 5th inning is sponsored by ELEC 825, building our bounce back. Smaller crowd tonight than it would have been had the weather been a little better. Hopefully more people here tomorrow. The 1-1 curveball misses outside. 2-1. Again, it's a single.
Yeah, this weather is garbage.
The next doubleheader the Mets have with the Braves in August here will be one of those day-nighters that everybody just loves. But tomorrow, single admission. Here's the 2-1 to Swanson. Fastball, that's in for a called strike.
Johnny, what's up?
2-2. Swanson, another one of those Atlanta area kids who have made it with the Braves.
I agree, Johnny.
100%. Earlier, they picked up Swanson. They were rebuilding. Thought he might become the face of the franchise. He's just settled in nicely for a world champion team. 2-2 the count. The Braves shortstop again. That's taking a lot of time. Now time called at home plate again. He's trying to figure out life's so cold. Well, I guess he doesn't have much of a resume in New York this time of year. The 2-2 fastball in there. Where is it?
Where is that pitch?
Field, and Chad Fairchild wouldn't put his right arm up. Wow. I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen a more pronounced
Where
example
was that?
of an entire team on its way to the
Oh,
dugout thinking there was a
Jesus.
called third strike coming. As it was walking down the mound, the infielders and outfielders all took a couple of steps in, and for a guy who's had a wide strike zone all night, I don't know what Chad Fairchild was looking
Wow.
at there.
I mean, that pitch split the plate, and it was above the knees. So it's really crazy that that was called a ball.
Wow.
Now it's 3-2. Got Acuna on deck. So here's the payoff pitch, and it's pumped up foul,
Jesus.
going back into the seats behind home plate.
Let's hope it don't bite us in the ass here.
It'll make Bassett spend another couple of pitches. And certainly Bassett has enough pedigree, is a veteran, and understands how to, flick that one off of his shoulder, or you would hope. I mean, just about everybody on the field was moving towards the dugout. You could hear the reaction of the crowd, too, as they were in sync. So, here's the payoff pitch. And it is low outside ball four.
Wow.
Now Bassett's got a right to be a little steamed.
Now this is annoying. Because now Acuna is up with a runner on.
You can understand missing a call, but it is just so opposite of how Chad Fairchild has been handling the plate all night that Bassett did not get the call.
Jesus. Now you're going to spare more pitches and possible Acuna doing some damage here.
Now he's got to go to work against Acuna, who's 1 for 2. And Swanson's got some pretty good speed at first. He can even run here. First walk of the game, allowed by either team. So now Acuna. First pitch. That is off the outside corner of fastball, ball 1. You have access to game day or any of the other online sites where you can see pitch by pitch where they were in relation to the strike zone. You won't see any dissenting diagrams. The pitch in question was a strike, and now out of the mound, James McCann is out talking to Bassett, probably to just settle him down as much as anything. Want to know the count to Ronald Acuna Jr. Mets leading 2-1. Each team has 3 hits. Swanson, good speed at first, being held on by Alonso. Infield overshifted to the left. Bassett ready. The 1-0. Inside, he hit him. And Ronald Acuna Jr., who gets hit a lot, slams his bat down in disgust. James McCann immediately walks out in front of home plate so that he is between Acuna and Bassett until Acuna can start moving towards first base. I wonder if Jeremy Hefner might pop out of the dugout in a moment, too, knowing that Bassett thought he had the side retired and then came inside. Looked like he got Acuna on the elbow before it even got to his leg. And so Acuna...
That's an extra 10, 15 pitches for Bassett now.
Swanson goes down to second.
Jesus Christ.
This is the most unraveled we've seen Bassett. Was normally very cool and collected out there, but he was definitely perturbed at the umpiring of Chad Fairchild after he walked Swanson. Now 2 on 2 out for a guy that Bassett.
It's sickening to see miss these calls like that. It can change the entire inning.
Bassett so rarely allows stuff like this to bother him. Last year, Bassett did not allow an unearned run. You might not think that's significant, but you often can read into a pitcher's composure by the fact that he doesn't give up unearned runs. First pitch is a breaking ball for a called strike, 0-1. Now, this is not about an error that would create opportunities for unearned runs. It was a call that he didn't get. A lot of times, if a pitcher has trouble shrugging off any adversity, it'll show up in those unearned run totals later on in the year because there tends to be a pattern there. Bassett certainly not guilty of that. Ahead in the count 0-1, the pitch to Olsen, way inside a fastball. Olsen had to back out of the way. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Olsen is flying to left, struck out swinging. This guy has got a lot of power. He just turned 28 in March. Freddie Freeman will turn 33 in September. That's a big reason why Olsen got the size contract that he did. Even if Freeman couldn't get quite quite as much from the Dodgers. Now time called at home plate. The cat and mouse game has to take a lot of time.
But this goes for any team that's pitching. You can't miss a call that apparent. You just can't. If that was the Braves right there, I would say the same thing. You can't miss those calls like that. It can turn an entire inning over. Come on, Chris.
To the Mets, what Freeman was and what Chipper Jones was before him is waiting on deck. That is not a guy you want to see up in this inning. Bassett would love to get Olsen right here. Whatever the Mets do in the bottom half, just make Riley lead off the next inning. 2-1 the count. Bassett sets. Now the pitch. Swinging a little broken, then pop up towards third. In comes
all right, there we go, guys. All right, well, because of a bad call by the umpire that was clearly a strike right down the middle, Bassett threw 14 extra pitches in that inning. And now he's 71 pitches in, which is still not bad. He can still get through 6 and 7 innings most likely. But, I mean, that's an inning where that can unravel very quickly. Olsen hits a 3-run bomb there. Now the Mets are losing by 2 runs. You can't have those. You can't that's the one thing about the umpires is that he has a wide strike zone for the first 4 innings of this game. The pitch he's been calling a strike all night, he calls a ball. That's the problem. And you can't have that with umpires. Throughout the league, you can't have that. That's why robo-umps, the consistent strike zone, is going to be very helpful for everybody. I don't mind an umpire having different strike zones every day, but you have to be consistent on that day. If you're going to call a big strike zone, be consistent. That's why I didn't like that call. That was a terrible call. It could have changed the inning right there. Could have changed the game in the middle of the game. But Chris Bassett settled down. He hit Acuna with a fastball in the elbow, but was able to get Olsen in a lazy fly ball or lazy soft liner to Escobar ending the inning. So Mets still lead 2-1. The Mets need a couple of runs here. We got 8-9-1, Jeff McNeil, McCann, and Nimmo up. See if the Mets can get some guys on base here with Max Fried, who's been pitching better the last couple of innings. See if the Mets can get to him right now. Yeah, that's the thing that I don't like. So they're talking right now. Hold on. Yeah, that call wasn't even close, guys. But all right, guys. So going to the bottom of the 5th. Mets lead 2-1. The Mets have 8-9-1 at the plate.
Efficiency. Peerless boilers and Pavilion tankless water heaters are in a league of their own.
All right, so they just show the replay of the umpire telling Chris Bassett, "My bad, I missed that." So at least he knows he missed it. You don't see umpires usually do that, but that's nice that the umpire did that. All right, here we go, guys. McNeil's up.
Chad Fairchild apologized to Chris Bassett on Bassett's way off the mound after hitting the top of the 5th for the call that Fairchild missed, which would have been strike 3. So good for Chad Fairchild. Jeff McNeil leads off for the Mets, drags a bunt up the first base line, freed up with the shovels under way too late. Jeff
nice. All right, Jeff.
Drag bunt, infield single on the first pitch. Now he ambushes you by swinging the bat, looking to hit 1-5.
You gotta love it.
When you throw him a first pitch fastball, well, here he had a different mindset and punts his way aboard to start the bottom of the 5th inning.
I love it.
Understand what Jeff was saying in the post-game interview yesterday because he was smiling so much. He barely make out the words.
There we go. That's a nice leadoff hit, bunt hit.
Not necessarily a Brett Butler bunt right there, but he just kind of snapped and kind of gave like a quarter swing on that ball as he bunted it up the first base line. McNeil able to outrace Fried, who fell way off to the third base side.
I did not see it. I was not born yet in those first couple of years of Mickey Mantle's career, but they say nobody ever did it better than Mickey did from the left side. Pushing or dragging the bunt up the first base line, because in those days he had incredible speed until he hurt his knees. Here's James McCann with nobody out, right-hand batter. All
right, see if McCann can do some damage here.
They didn't hear the news before. Buck Showalter was deemed responsible for Yohan Lopez throwing a couple of pitches behind Kyle Schwarber last night. And so not only was Lopez suspended and fined, but Showalter suspended for 1 game. The one out of McCann lifted to right center. Over goes Duvall into the gap to make the catch for the first out. Back to first goes McNeil.
Duvall's definitely playing shaded to right. Because that looked like a gap shot right there.
So, as always, the pitching is...
All right, top of the order. Here we go.
Coach Jeremy Hefner, the pitching coach. Glenn Sherlock, the bench coach, is running the team today. You might remember that recently Buck Showalter had a medical procedure, had missed a game, and that's when Glenn Sherlock was out with COVID. And so the Mets had several of their coaches all pitch in. Eric Chavez,
Duvall's definitely playing shaded to right field in this game for sure.
The acting bench coach at the time, Nicky Scott, all ran a game. Here's Nimmo, lefty against lefty. And Fried's first pitch. He shows bunt, pulls it back, takes the curve for a called strike. 0-1. Nimmo reached on an error in the first inning. Ground ball hit right at Ozzie Albies that he booted. And then Nimmo hit one off of Fried that deflected to Riley.
Oh, Steven, thank you so much. Thank you for tuning in, buddy. I really appreciate it.
That's with 4 hits. The Braves 3. It's 2-1 New York with 1 out. Last of the 5th. And a throw to first. Diving back in is McNeil. Mets are tied for 5th in stolen bases in the National League with 12. Had base runners in every inning other than the 4th. Consistent with what they've done all year. Best on-base percentage in the majors. Another throw to first. Diving in again is McNeil. Of course, Brandon Nimmo will drive up the team's on-base percentage just about as much as anybody in the game. It's at 375 right now. For him, that's down. Usually can count on Brandon to be right around 400 when it comes to on-base percentage. 0-1, the pitch is a fastball that's low. 1 ball and 1 strike. McNeil at first with 1 out has good speed. Wayne Kirby, the first base coach, and talking to him. Joey Cora, watching the signs in the third base coach's box. Riley, the third baseman, maybe a half stride behind the bag and off the line. Outfield straight away. 1-1. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss at a high fastball. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Brandon Nimmo. Lefties haven't bothered him. With tonight's 0 for 2, Nimmo is still 6 for 20, which is a 300 average against left-handed pitching. Mets, though, against left-handed starters, despite the fact they're 9 over 500 on the year, are just 2 and 3. 1-2 the count. McNeil leading from first. Now the pitch. Inside and hit his bat, a foul ball. But that was riding in towards the hands of Brandon Nimmo. The ball hit the bat.
See if the Mets are doing a hit and run here.
Remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fried's pitch count, not too bad. He's at 68 right now, so he's pretty much on track for where he'd be in the 5th inning. Braves bullpen is quiet, so is Mets. Neither team would like to use a whole lot of relievers tonight with a doubleheader tomorrow. 1-2 to Nimmo. The pitch. And it's outside and high. A slider. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Brandon. Mark Canna is waiting on deck. Fried's going to go to the scraper at the back of the mound.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go.
Truck was on the field before the game. We had some rain just about all day today. But it was at a point this afternoon where it appeared that there was any chance of the game being in jeopardy. I don't think that mound took any kind of a beating for wet stuff. Fried's okay now, ready to go. And here's the 2-2. Swinging a slow hit shot to the right side. Olsen backhands it, throws to second one. No return throw to first by Riley. Third baseman Austin Riley takes the throw from the first baseman Olsen. Fielder's choice 3-5 to take care of McNeil at second. 2
All
out.
right,
And now it'll be Mark Canha who hit
let's
his
go,
first
Mark.
Mets
2 for 2
home run
tonight.
last time up.
Let's go. 2-out magic again.
Canha goes to left field. He singled to left his first time up. And Mark Canha very quietly has fitted beautifully here. His average at the moment at 368. He's hit it 7 straight. He gives you reliable defense in the outfield. He can play all 3 outfield positions. Although Buck Showalter loves the flexibility that Travis Jankowski gives the Mets. He has substituted Jankowski for Canha late in a close game more than once. It's not a reflection on Canha. It's more about just how much more speed and range Travis Jankowski gives you out there. So Canha, right-hand batter,
Go.
and the lefty Fried ready to
Let's go, Mark.
First pitch, breaking ball over for a called strike, and it's 0-1.
Buck has also talked about the importance of making everybody feel involved and engaged with the team. Part of the way to do that with Jankowski is to get him as a defensive replacement late in games.
Francisco Lindor waiting on deck. Mets leading 2-1.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's get that 2-out RBI.
We're in the 5th. Oh, jeez, it's the wave again. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Canha takes on the outside corner. A curveball just nicked the outer edge. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Post pitch. Fairchild back to having the relatively wide strike zone that he's had all night. But good for Chad Fairchild to say, you know what, I messed up. Admit it, move on.
So like Bassett was a little ticked until he saw that.
Yes.
And he said, okay, we're over it.
But isn't that the point? It's very disarming when you do something like that. It's all about accountability. 0-2. Pitch to Canha. Swinging a foul back to the screen. I guess the most famous example of that would be Jim Joyce, who was a great umpire, apologizing to Armando Galarraga after making the wrong call at first base, which cost Galarraga a perfect game. And then Galarraga took the lineup card out to home plate the next day, met with Joyce, who had tears in his eyes. You're accountable, man.
Wrote a book to you.
Yeah, how about that? Maybe it was a plot. It was fixed. The 0-2 to Canha. He just holds up and now
I think we got a call there, guys. That looked like a strike.
Doesn't get the call on a fence ball riding in on Mark Canha, and the Cowboys
Jeez.
ball with 2 strikes.
Some part is terrible.
You know, umpires have had the reputation for years, and in a lot of cases, rightly so, for being very thin-skinned and unwilling to admit a mistake. And certainly replay has humbled them a little bit. But when they see a guy do what Fairchild did, what Jim Joyce did, as we say, disarming. Of course, if Bassett wouldn't have given up 4 or 5 runs after that, it might have felt a little different. But that wasn't the case.
Connell's working that count.
As Fried steps off. Ready to go now. Newell leading at first with 2 out. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Bouncing ball foul down the third baseline. Doubleheader tomorrow, single game Wednesday afternoon. And then the Mets will bus it to Philadelphia. After that series, they will bus it to Washington. And then they'll take the train back to New York, which is the only move you can make because of certain restrictions. Team charters have to leave Washington out of Dulles Airport. That's a long ride with no traffic. Rush hour traffic, forget it. So they take the train, which is great. 1-2. Now the pitch to Canha. Swung on and missed strike 3. A change up away, and that retires the side. 4th strikeout from Max Fried. No runs on leadoff.
All right, guys. So going to the top of the 6th. Lesson is scoring out at bat there. That inning there. Still 2-1 Mets. Again, Max Fried pitching well. Again, you don't get to him early, you're not going to get to him later. Just that simple. His pitch count kind of got back on track than what it was earlier in the game. The Mets kind of went away a little bit from working the counts. And Max Fried, he could probably pitch 7 innings. excuse me. Definitely 6. He might get to 7. But Chris Bassett is also pitching well. Still a 2-1 ball game, close game. Again, I think we all expected it to be a close ball game going into this game today. So expecting a good ball game. Not a lot of hitting going on for both teams. But you don't want to keep this Brave team around. A bloop and a blast. They can easily do that. They're a power hitting team for the most part. Just because they're struggling right now doesn't mean they can't get hot like that, and then we're in trouble. So once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button, guys. We had over 225 viewers at the moment. Let's keep on getting more and more people. On average, we're getting around 200 to 250 on a regular basis now. We're gonna try to increase that to 300 per game. Let's see if we can do that. But it's up to you guys to hit on that like button to get that stream out to more people, more fans, more Mets fans, more Brave fans, and let's have fun. So it's up to you guys to get that done for me, and let's get it done, and let's have some fun, guys. That's the whole thing. Yes, Frank, exactly. I think he can go 7 without an issue. Pitch count is somewhat low. If he gets that out of a decent inning, he got 3, 4, 5 out. You got Riley, Ozuna, Albies. Ozuna and Albies have been struggling, but as you saw a few minutes ago in the 4th, Riley hit a bomb in a solo home run. So, if you get out of this inning somewhat quickly, you're going to get Bassett to 7th inning. You get Bassett through 7. Now you only have to work with two relief pitches. Here we go, guys. Top of the 6th, Mets lead 2-1. I believe, Raphael, I got it at Citi Field last year.
For a Jets game at Shea Stadium. Sure would be nice to look out there and see people dressed a little more comfortably for a baseball.
Johnny, the Mets actually score a lot more runs between those innings, for sure.
Here's also first ball swing. Thompson found with the seats on the second deck between home and
Let's go, Chris.
Nothing at 1 to the Braves third base. 90-mile-an-hour fastball there, sponsored by Spectrum Mobile. Switch and save with Spectrum Mobile. Nationwide 5G included. Restrictions apply. Visit SpectrumMobile.com. Yeah, there's the 0-1. And it rides high with a ball and 1 strike. 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Tell you where it was warm. Arizona. It's supposed to be. I mean, it wasn't even warm enough for you, I understand.
It was about 80, 85.
You were looking for triple digits, weren't you? 1-1 pitch. Riley
Oh,
holds it on the
that's a
count.
base hit.
Third, past the diving Davis. Base hit going to left field. Perfectly placed by Austin Riley between Davis and Francisco Lindor, the shortstop, who's been in the hole. But Austin Riley has his second hit of the game. He homered for the only Atlanta run, leading off the 4th. Now he starts the 6th with a base.
74 pitches for Bassett right now.
Ozuna. On the time, Marcell Ozuna was a featured player and one of the best young outfields in all of baseball. As a member of the Marlins, Christian Yelich and Giancarlo Stanton in that same outfield. First pitch to Ozuna. Making a little bit low, a sinker, 1 ball and no strikes.
A little bit like Marte in Pittsburgh with Country, Richard Blanco when he's coming up. But the Yelich Ozuna Stanton outfield even overtook that.
Yelich, of course, had an incredible season a few years back. The 1-0. Taken downstairs 2-0. Stanton's hit as many as 59 home runs, I think, was Stanton's big year for home run department. Ozuna has not broken out quite the way Yelich did before Yelich's back compromised him some, before Stanton has. 2-0 pitch. Swinging a pop-up.
Definitely going to be a big inning for Bassett right now.
Alonso over and lands in the Mets dugout. Down 2 balls and 1 strike.
Ozuna just really can't play the field anymore. The Braves have been using him in left field still because they're using Acuna back and Ronald's been DHing some, but when Acuna's in left, or when Ozuna rather is in left field, he's really a liability to Atlanta.
You remember in spring training, it was either 2 or 3 years ago, we saw Ozuna try to make a throw or 2 from left field. It was actually painful to watch. Couldn't get anything on it. 2-1 pitch, up bounce, straight back out of play again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That's when he was still.
Sorry, guys. I forgot to put the game there.
As a Brave, it has not gotten any better in that arm. Really can cost Atlanta when he's playing left field. He still might have to do that at times.
All these on deck. Each team with 4 hits now. That's leading 2-1 in a game whose pace has rolled just about come to a complete stop. 2-2. Pitch. Breaking ball popped up, middle of the infield. McNeil, the second baseman, to the right of the bag, lets it drop. Barehands it. Thought about a play to first. Instead, takes the force at second on Riley.
He wanted to see if Ozuni was running, so not a bad play.
All right, let it drop. Maybe Ozuna's not running. We could initiate a double play. Maybe force runner on first base. Austin Riley would be close enough to the bag, whereas he wouldn't have time to get down to second base. Take the out at first. But McNeil didn't field it cleanly, so he said, let's just take the safe play at second, which under the circumstances was the smart play.
Well, Bassett liked the idea. You could actually see Bassett mouthing to McNeil. If you had him, as he believed, if McNeil had fielded that ball cleanly, they could have gotten a double play. Now a quick throw to first to chase back Ozuna, but like Bassett was very approving of McNeil's idea that what McNeil wanted to do is come up with a cleanly, fire it to first base, and then have an easy tag play at second on Riley. Now Ozuna at first on a ground ball by Albies hit through the hole. He just grounded it
damn
to the field
shift.
for a base hit. Moving to second and stopping there is Ozuna. And Ozzy Albies breaks an 0 for 21 slump with a little slap hit the other way. The Braves now with runners at first and second, one out, and Travis d'Arnaud coming up. The shift helps. The shift takes away a lot of hits, more than it gives away.
Yep, would have been a double play for sure.
That really should be an out.
All right, we got to bear down here. 80 pitches for Bassett right now.
So, here's d'Arnaud, who singled to left and up to second. Bassett now has reached the 80-pitch mark with 1 out of the 6th inning. There's nothing alarming about that. Again, with a doubleheader tomorrow, being a manager, Brian Snitker of the Braves, or Glenn Sherlock, the acting manager.
All right, see if Bassett can bear down here.
So, now it's d'Arnaud. First pitch. Fastball, that's on the inside half for a called strike. Nothing in 1. Travis has not drawn a walk yet this year, leading all major league catchers in hitting with a 311 average. He will hit into a lot of double plays. Bassett would love that here. The 0-1. There's a ground ball, but it's decidedly foul down the third baseline. Bassett ahead. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gave the slider there. Bassett, of course, spans that strike zone against d'Arnaud with Adam Duvall on deck. Bassett struck Duvall out both times. Duvall's come to the plate tonight. McNeil, the second baseman, to the left of the bag. Trying to keep Ozuna close. The 0-2. Up foul, straight back out of play. Travis d'Arnaud seemed to have every manner of injury for the Mets. But he was healthy enough to be the regular catcher in 2015 when the Mets made their charge after the trade deadline at the end of July. The Braves really
I don't think so, Brandon.
Until late July last year either. They were 6 games back, right around the deadline. They were 30 and 35 and 8 games behind on the 16th of June. Again, in late July, they were still a half dozen games out of first place, but they won it. Won all. The 0-2. Breaking ball the other way. That's going to fall fair down the right field line for a base hit. Ozuna rounds third, scores the tying run. Albies going to third and going to second, punting his fist in the Atlanta dugout with a double and a run batted in as Travis d'Arnaud, his second hit of the game, and the Braves have tied it 2-2.
Nice piece of hitting.
This trip to New York really woke the team up. Atlanta is 10 and 13. They played down to their competition. Their schedule is toughening up quite a bit over the next few weeks.
Good piece of hitting with 2 strikes there.
The step up
Can't do nothing about that.
Galvanize the Braves. Atlanta with that RBI double from
All right, tie game, second and third, 1 out for the Braves. Infield is in for the Mets.
After he had fallen behind 2 strikes. So, ball even, and now the Mets are going to move their infield in. Duvall has struck out twice. Travis DeMerit is on deck. This bullpen remains quiet for now. 6 hits for the Braves, 4 for the Mets. Bassett from the stretch. First pitch. Fastball down the middle. Strike 1 call. Duvall struck out looking both times. He's just 1 for his last 12. guy who hit 38 home runs last year has only one so far this season. 0-1 to count. Bassett brings the hands together. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball hit high in the air, right center field, not terribly deep. Nimmo settles under it. He makes the one-hand catch. Here comes Albies to the plate. Nimmo's throw cut off by Alonso, who throws to third. They have Darno and a rundown, and Darno is tagged out finally by J.D. Davis for the final out after Darno was trying to crawl through J.D.'s legs. However, the out was recorded after Albies had crossed home plate. So, although the inning is over, the Braves take the lead as they score 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, nobody left. And in the middle of the 6th inning, it's Atlanta 3 and the Mets 2 on the WCBS.
All right, guys. So that's to give up 2 runs there. Again, good piece of hitting by Travis Darno. Just putting the bat on the ball with 2 strikes. It was that was a good piece of hitting. Albies, that's a ground ball to the shortstop, double play if the shift wasn't on. Again, can't do nothing about that. The Riley base hit started it off right there. So the Mets are losing 3-2 at the moment. Bassett struggled that last inning, but a couple of blue hits, quality at bats. That's what got them the lead right now. So the Braves are leading 3-2, going to the bottom of the 6th. And the Mets gotta continue to score some runs here. They gotta get it going against Fried. Fried's been pitching well ever since the Mets got a couple of runners on. Hasn't been the same ever since. So right now, the Mets got to come back in the ball game. Just that simple. We knew it's going to be a close game for sure. Typical of the Braves fans to pop up when they score. When they're losing, they don't talk much, but that's okay. That's typical of Philly fans and Brave fans currently, as we know. But once again, guys, Mets are losing 3-2. A couple more innings to go. But you know what? The Braves are gonna, they were pitching down to they were playing down to their competition. They picked up a little bit, but you know what? This is how the Mets have done all year. They found a way to come back in a ball game and tie it up and get the run right back right after the team takes the lead. So that's what the Mets got to do right here. The Mets have a Lindor, Alonso, Escobar. We got to get something going right here, guys. Bottom of the 6th, Mets are losing 3-2. So here we go, guys.
Download the MLB app to get in-game video highlights, live pitch-by-pitch, breaking news, player updates, stat leaderboards, and more for your New York Mets, who for the first time in this game find themselves trailing. It is Atlanta 3, the Mets 2. Mets will have Francisco Lindor, Pete Alonso, and Eduardo Escobar due up here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
All right, here we go, guys. Let's go.
Lindor, nothing out of 2. He's batting right-handed. And the lefty Max Fried deals. Fastball is on the outside corner for a called strike. Nothing at 1. That's getting Trevor May up in their bullpen now.
Uh-oh. Trevor May.
Outfield around towards right against Francisco.
That might be trouble.
Line foul the other way. A one-upper off the Jennings stands. Ball ricochets out into right field. Picked up by Ball Girls. Count no balls and 2 strikes. Nothing in 2. Long look in by Fried. And time called at home plate. Francisco had told Mike Boomer of Newsday that he would not be happy if the Mets did what they wound up doing today. That was release Robinson Cano with the roster cut down. There's the 0-2. High and away, 1 ball and 2 strikes. But Francisco understands it. Cano was a popular voice of the clubhouse to be sure, but this is a veteran clubhouse now. And for the little that Cano was able to contribute on the field, here's the 1-2 to Lindor, up and in, bending him backwards, a fastball, and the count 2-2. It wasn't easy for Lindor. Who was really difficult for was Mets general manager Billy Epler. Here's the 2-2 to Lindor.
Yeah, Lindor struggled in this game.
3 got him with a curveball in the dirt. Lindor starts jogging the first, and Darno throws him out. So fifth strikeout for Fried. One up, one down.
Again, we talked about this. Can't give. You got to get Fried early because he's being tough right here. All right, Pete, let's go.
In the Yankee farm system, playing in Columbus because Billy Epler was running the Yankee farm system for a while. Spent a lot of years in the Yankee organization. And when Billy was talking to us before the game, I was standing pretty much right in front of him. When he was asked how difficult the conversation it was to have with Robinson Cano, here's the first pitch to Pete Alonso, fastball for a called strike, 0-1. Billy's eyes welled up. I mean, he had tears in his eyes discussing his affection for Robinson Cano and how far back they went, how, whether it was a tough decision from a roster standpoint is one thing, but it certainly was on a personal level, and he acknowledged that.
Eric Chavez as well was a teammate of Cano's on the Yankees, and he basically felt the same way. But Showalter saying that it really hit Eric Chavez hard as well, have to be a part of that decision process.
Here's the 0-1. In the dirt, 1 ball and 1 strike. I don't think there's any question that Cano is going to wind up with another team. The Mets are on the hook for the remainder of his salary this year and next, but if there's waivers, he can make a deal with any other team, and that team would only be responsible for paying the prorated minimum. The Mets would pay the rest. Here's the 1-1. Foul straight down at home plate, 1 and 2. If you're thinking about a reunion with the Yankees, I saw somewhere that somebody in the Yankee organization threw some cold water on that. There are some who feel that Cano might be a good fit with the Miami Marlins. But I don't think there's any doubt, Wayne. Somebody's going to pick him up because it's going to cost them next to nothing.
Especially with the DH in both leagues now, there's certainly more possibilities for Robinson Cano to land somewhere. Mets did offer him the opportunity to go to Syracuse if he wants to, but it's highly unlikely.
1 and 2 the count. And the pitch to Pete. Swinging a bouncing ball to the right side. Right at Ozzie Albies, the second baseman. He's got it. Throws to first in time.
Max Fried is just shutting him down right now, guys. Got to get it going here.
Billy Epler also said that in the event that Robinson does not get another playing job and does not care to play at AAA Syracuse, so it would be interesting to consider another role with the Mets organization. And I asked Billy what he envisioned that potentially being, and he didn't want to elaborate on that because he hadn't brought it out that far. That was kind of interesting. But such is the depth of that relationship. Here's Escobar. And Eduardo takes a fastball on the outside corner. Strike 1 call. The Braves 3, the Mets 2. 2 out, nobody on. Last of the 6th inning. 0-1 the count. Now the pitch. Breaking ball with the dirt, 1 and 1. Now one other thing. With Cano now gone, number 24 is available again. And the Mets had that largely in mothballs for a long, long time. It's a great baseball number, and I hope they bring it back because it's not going to be retired for Willie Mays. That was discussed, but it's not going to happen. The 1-1 reach for it, knocked up foul outside first. Darno over for a look, but it's a few rows back. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Willie Mays turned 90 years of age last year. In fact, his birthday's coming up in just a few days. And the story goes that the original Mets owner, Mrs. Joan Payson, who just loved Willie, said to him after she brought him back from the Giants to the Mets that when you're done, we're going to retire your number. Well, Mrs. Payson only lived a couple of more years after Willie retired, but they didn't retire his number then, nor have they ever. Here's the 1-2. Escobar hits it in the air, foul down the right field line out of play, so it remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. And so last year, in recognition of Willie's birthday, number 90, and the fact that it would be an opportunity to right what could be construed as a wrong, make good on a promise that wasn't kept, that maybe the Mets should just retire it once and for all. And after a great deal of discussion, it was deemed that that would not happen. Here's the 1-2 to Escobar. Swung on and missed strike 3. Got him with a fastball.
All right, guys. So another 1-2-3 inning from Max Fried. He's pitched well ever since he gave up those 2 runs. Again, that's what we were talking about in the pregame. You got to get Max Fried early. He's just pitching outstanding right now, and the Mets can't touch him right now. The Mets got to get it together. I'm not sure if Chris Bassett is coming back out for the 7th. If not, it's probably going to be Trevor May. So how you feel about that, I don't know. But we'll see. Trevor May is the one guy in this bullpen right now that's struggling. But I do think the Mets need to, and this is the problem with the baseball team and the Mets team that doesn't have a lot of power. You're not expecting the home run. They're a team that puts hits together well, and that's what they do. So, that's the problem right now. So that's the biggest problem with the Mets right now is the power bats are not there. And I see Brendan talking about Schwarber, but again, that's the thing when you have a team that might be in a little bit of a slump in the game, not putting hits together, they're not a team that hits a lot of home runs. So, and that's the somewhat of an Achilles heel with the Mets team with that. But at the end of the day, the Mets have been scoring runs. There's no doubt about that. But when they don't bunch it together, they don't score a lot of runs. Connor's home run is a shock. The Mets have a lot of 15 to 20 home run guys. They don't have a lot of 25 to 30 home run guys. You expect Alonso and Lindor to be that guy. But other than that, everybody else is between 15 and 20 on home runs. And, you do that in a 162-game season, that's scattered over a couple of months. So that's the biggest problem that we have with the Mets right now is, we're not waiting for the boop and the blast. We're waiting for the 3-4 hits in a row to get things going. All right, guys, we're going to the top of the 7th. Braves lead 3-2.
7th inning at Citi Field, the Braves lead the Mets 3-2. And I owe my friend Mike Boomer an apology. Did I really say Mike Boomer of Newsday? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. David, thanks. Got a minute? Maybe Boomer was traded and he didn't know about it. No, it's Mike Boomer who does such a great job.
Bassett is out there, guys.
That's right. First pitch to Travis Demerit, high and tight, ball 1 from Chris Bassett, who's in the 7th inning here. Mets are down 3-2. Bassett has gone at least 6 in all 5 of his starts to begin the year.
I like Bassett in this spot.
That's a senior moment. 1-0. Demerit looks at a strike on the outer.
I'd rather have Bassett than May in this spot.
Last Met to do that to start a season was Dylan G. in 2010. So Chris has that going for him, which is nice. Ball 1 strike on Demerit, who is 0 for 2. 7th inning, 3-2 Atlanta. That start Bassett had against the Giants, which seemed like all this soft contact did Bassett in for the night. He allowed 5 runs in 6 innings. 1-1. Swing and a miss on a high fastball, 1-2. The top of the 6th kind of looked like that. Austin Riley had a clean single, and Ozzie Albies just rolled the ball 73 miles an hour off his bat through the
Tyler Matzik, lefty, in the bullpen for the Braves.
Slider that was up, but Demerit
and Trevor May is warming up in the bullpen for the Mets. Nice strikeout for my Bassett.
So there's 1 away, 7th inning. Darno's double was hit 62.5 miles an hour. It was like that pitch D. Strange Gordon hit him with. So he floated it down the right field line for a game-tying double, which set up the Duvall sac fly, which gave Atlanta the lead. So sought contact, once again an enemy for Bassett in the 6th inning tonight. Pitch to Swanson. Fastball low, 1 ball, no strikes as we come to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth. Proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Swanson has walked and struck out. 3-2, Atlanta leads the pitch. On the outer half from Bassett. Fastball gets over the outer edge. 1 ball, 1 strike on Swanson. Followed by Acuna here in the 7th. 3-2. Atlanta in front after those 2 runs in the 6th. Max Fried has quieted the Mets bats, as he typically does. There's activity now in both bullpens. Bassett downhill the pitch. Swinging a grounder to short. Lindor to his left gobbles it up. Quick sidearm throw to first. Retires Swanson. There's 2 up, 2 down here in the 7th. Trevor May is throwing in the Mets bullpen. And left-hander Tyler Matzik is up for Atlanta. Injury update brought to you by the Rothenberg Law Firm. If you're injured in an accident, the game plan is simple. Just go to injurylawyer.com. Ronald Acuna Jr. will stand in with 2 out and nobody on. even have any injury updates right now? Or did they forget about? Jacob DeGrom was still waiting to get another image. And
All right, guys. So Patrick's looking good in the 7th. Nice to see.
Meantime, until he comes back, starts throwing again, which will hopefully be soon. First pitch to Acuna, a wave and a miss on a breaking ball. No balls and 1 strike. That's about it on the Mets side. Rounds nobody on here in the 7th inning as the Mets are trailing in this game 3-2. 0-1 pitch on the way. Breaking ball lifted in the air, deep to center. Nimmo's backboard. He's racing toward the warning track. Up near the wall, leaps up.
Yeah. All right, Brandon.
Nimmo
Nice
up against
catch.
the wall and straight away center field. Takes it.
Nice play by Brandon Nimmo to make that play. That could have been a double or a triple right there. Woof. That was nice. All right, guys. So here we go. Nice play by Brandon Nimmo. Keep the Mets at a 1-run deficit. Inning right now, we have J.D. Davis, Starlin Marte, and Jeff McNeil. Got to get some runs here, guys. It seems like Fried might start the inning, but Matzik is ready in the bullpen for the Braves. So with a lead, you're going to see the tough part of the Braves bullpen coming in for sure. But a nice catch by Brandon Nimmo to end the inning. That could have been some trouble. He missed that ball. It's definitely a double. It could have been a triple. And then you got Matt Olson coming up in that spot. So nice to see Brandon Nimmo with that catch to get out of that inning. But the Mets got to do some damage here. They definitely have to do some damage here. Oh, yeah, I'm doing a scorecard. Yeah, doing a scorecard. But we talked about that in the pregame as well. The Mets have been playing really good defense. I think they're top 5 in the league in the least amount of errors. And that's why the Mets, along with their pitching, has been very good this year as well. Frank, it's not that hard to do that. You just got to learn your own way. Everybody does it a little bit differently. But, if you got the basics down, it's pretty easy to do. I learned that on my own. I was bored one day about 15, 20 years ago, and I'm like, let me try it. Made a lot of mistakes in the beginning, but after that, you figure it out. I like doing it. I did almost about 15 games this year. I did a decent amount. So far, so good. Yeah, the shift hasn't been that effective this year, but it seems like it's hurt the Mets defensively than it helped them offensively, but we'll see. So we're going to the bottom of the 7th, guys. Braves leading 3-2. Mets have Davis, Marte, and McNeil. See if the Mets can do some damage here in the bottom of the 7th. Tyler Matzik is in the ball game for the Braves. So Fried is done.
Another great play in center field by Brandon Nimmo. Nice catch the other night against the Bryce Harper long drive to center. And a diving catch against Gene Segura and the no-hitter on Friday. Almost every day, Nimmo's making a great play out there in center field. J.D. Davis leads off the 7th. New pitcher for the Braves, Matzik. First pitch.
All right, let's go.
Matzik gets a lot of those with his fastball. High heater there at 2-1.
I was talking to Brandon yesterday, Wayne, and he says he is so much more comfortable now in center field because he's also gotten more comfortable going back on ball. Last year they had him playing a little deeper because that was still a work.
I've played Stratomatic before. Me and my dad played it a lot during the pandemic.
Davis pitch. Davis swings through a high fastball. It's 0-2. Tyler Matzik was absolutely incredible for the Braves in the postseason last year. Story. He was battled by the yips when he was pitching for the Rockies. He was out of the major leagues for 5 years before finally coming back in
3 fastballs, right, letter high. Davis swung at every one of them. Terrible.
Showed up on the postseason stage. The 0-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. So burying the fastball in at 96. It blows away Davis. And there's 1 out here in the 7th inning. Tyler Matzik in the playoffs last year.
It was supposed to be Michael last year. This year.
71. And it the strikeouts, 24 of them in 15 innings, that really stood out. In the National League Championship Series, he struck out 11 in 6 innings and allowed 1 hit. The World Series, he gave up 1 run in 5 1/3 innings and struck out 7. The winning pitcher 1 time in each series throughout the playoffs last year. Starling Marte, the batter, first pitch, breaking the ball, trying to hold his swing, but he could not. The balls and the strike as Marte went too far. The last game of the World Series last year, Metsvs threw 2 scoreless innings after Freed.
I guess, Steven, because it was a tough lefty on the mound. That's why Smith didn't play. That's the only reason I can think of.
Balls and a strike on Starling Marte. High set from Metsvs. The 1 pitch. Marte takes high, ball 1. Scoreboard update brought to you by Bravesvs. Beating your way of life, visit Bravesvs.com for store locations. Yankees and Blue Jays playing in Toronto. First trip up north for the Yankees this year. These 2 teams, like these 2 teams, play a lot of important games this year. Their game tonight is in the 8th inning. They're tied at 2 at the Rogers Center. The ball 1 strike. Pitch. High ball 2 to Marte. Houston leads Seattle 1-0 in the 5th. Jordan Alvarez is homered. Arizona still taking care of Miami tonight. 5-0 in the 7th. Zach Gallen out pitching Pablo Lopez, who was named the National League Pitcher of the Month today. 2 balls, 1 strike on Marte. That's a deal. Marte's a high pop-up, shallow right center. Always goes out. Duvall comes in. Duvall calling. Makes a one-handed catch. Marte is retired, so 2 up, 2 down. Mets have only had 1 base runner since Mark Canha's home run in the 3rd. This copyrighted broadcast presented by authority of the New York Mets cannot be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game
Mets are struggling right now.
without the express written consent of the New York Mets. Tomorrow doubleheader, first pitch 3:10. The expectation is that David Peterson will start game 1 tomorrow. I believe it'll be Charlie Gordon, the veteran for the Braves. Game 2 will then feature Carlos Carrasco against Kyle Wright. Jeff McNeil stands in with 2 out, nobody on. He's got a base hit, a bunt single, first pitch. He shows bunt again. This time takes outside. No ball, no strikes. 3-2 Atlanta. Mets only have 4 hits. 1 in each of the first 3 innings. McNeil's bunt base hit is the last time that has reached safely.
Yeah, I'm going to the doubleheader tomorrow, guys.
2-1 lead in the 3rd. Field is overshifted 3 to the right. Neal choking up on the bat. The count 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch. Forward away, ball 2. It almost seems like lately Jeff is always in 2 strike limit. In the past, we've seen him early in counts try to hit the ball harder and longer, and with 2 strikes, he'll shorten up and just try to spray it somewhere. When he's gone lately, it seems like he's just always trying to spray it somewhere. Collect the base hit. It's been working. He's hitting .365. The ball's no strikes pitch. Shows bunt again. Takes outside. Ball 3. The Braves are giving him the bunt. Riley is moved in a few steps now. Rather, that's Swanson on the left side of the infield. Playing deep over toward the shortstop side. He's backing up again. So Jeff wants to bunt toward 3rd. It's open for him. Really, if he wants to bunt toward 1st, it's open for him. The infield is back there, too. Lefty Batsick on the mound. 3-0, the pitch. There's the strike on the outer edge from Batsick. 3 balls and 1 strike down. Batsick appearing in his team-leading 10th game for Atlanta.
I do adventures.
Now there's 3 balls and 1 strike on McNeil. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball down and away. McNeil swung through it. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Tough on lefties, but last year he was way tougher on right-handers.
No, I usually drive to the game. Usually I have to go straight from work after that.
Last year. It's 3-2 on the lefty. McNeil pitch. Outside
All right, nice at bat by Jeff.
McNeil draws a walk.
See if James can't get a big hit here.
Their first base runner since McNeil's bunt single
Let's go.
in the 5th.
2-out rally here.
And now James McCann It's a couple of pitchers warming up in their bullpen. Bassett is probably done after 7 tonight. So Drew Smith and Trevor May are the 2 pitchers getting loose in the Mets pen. We'll see May if the Mets are still behind, and we'll see Smith if they score a run or more in this inning. Bottom of the 7th, 3-2 Atlanta. McCann stands in. 2 outs, runner on first. Pitch. Bounced in there and it gets away, but McNeil
didn't run.
Didn't see it.
Another base running blunder by the Mets
really
today.
His hand either. A lot of times you'll see the batter wave a runner to try to get their attention that the ball got away, but McCann didn't do that. McNeil must have been blocked from seeing the baseball well. As that ball
Gotta get in score position there.
Picked about 15 feet away. All no strikes on James McCann. And
you know, it's things that the Mets have been doing well this year that they messed up twice already. Nimmo not tagging up in the first inning, and McNeil not going to second on that wild pitch.
All no strikes, pitch. And inside out for the foul to the right. Still 1 ball, 1 strike on James McCann. 3-2 Atlanta, bottom of the 7th. Tying run aboard for the Mets. Neal is on. McCann's been swinging the bat a little bit later lately. A very slow start. Ball 1 strike. Pitch. McCann swings and misses on a high fastball 1-2. Average scoop has not climbed up very high for McCann, batting just about 59 at the moment. 7 hits in his first 44 at-bats this year. With 2 outs in this inning for the top of the order, Brandon Nimmo's on deck. Ball 2 strikes the count of McCann. That's ready with a high set. His pitch. And takes another one at the dirt.
All right.
Hits away. Actually, this one hit
Hit him. All right. Now we got Nimmo up first and second. Here we go.
McCann is hit by a pitch on a bouncer.
All right, we got the runner in scoring position now with 2 outs. Let's go.
Zoning in on Derek Chavez's glare, but that ball bounced about 2 or 3 feet in front of home plate. They can on the knee.
2 out rally, guys. Let's go.
21 pitch. 5 pitch this year.
2 Mets have reached with 2 outs here in the 7th. Now they sit good tie the game. Neal at second base, McCann at first, and Brandon Nimmo's the batter. He's over 3. He's reached on an error. Lefty to lefty, Magic ready the pitch. Nimmo takes high, ball 1. Arcana on deck. Arcana has 2 hits, including a home run tonight.
Let's go, Brandon.
Field is pretty shallow, especially in left field. Travis DeMeritt playing very close. The ball has a great arm in center. He's got one of the best throwing arms in all the baseball in the outfield, and Acuña's got a pretty good arm to the right. A ball, no strikes on Nimmo. Pitch. Outside,
Okay.
2. Now Darno.
Magic's a little wild here.
Talk to Magic here, who's had his control escape a little bit. The Atlanta pitching coach Rick Kranitz is on his way out. Former Matt Colin McHugh is warming up in the Brave bullpen. Atlanta often uses Magic and Will Smith late in games as the bridge builders to Kenley Jansen. Dodgers closer now with Atlanta. Jansen has been pretty good to start the year. Will Smith has lost his closer's job because of the signing of Jansen.
Come on, Brandon.
Braves keep this lead. I'm sure we'll see both Smith and Jansen, but it's McHugh getting loose now in the Atlanta bullpen. 2 outs. McNeil drew a walk. McCann was hit by a pitch. Now, Matzik's behind Nimmo. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 out, 2 on. 7th inning. Braves trying to hang on to a 1-run lead. 2 up. Swing and a miss.
That was a pitch to swing at, man. You missed it, though.
2 balls, 1 strike on Brandon, who's put in a lot of work to better himself against left-handed pitching. So far this year, winner
Go, Brandon.
333 average against lefties. 3 against Reed today. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 out, 2 on. Pitch. A little bit low.
There we go.
A touch outside as well. Ball 3. Canna would follow out of the bat hitting. The cue is getting ready for Canna. Nimmo word to reach here. 2 straight Mets have reached with 2 outs. Now Brandon Nimmo trying to cash one in. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 out, 2 on. Mets down a run. Pitch. Outside
Yes,
ball
let's go.
4. Brandon Nimmo sprints to first after a 2-out walk.
Going to be a pitching change here, guys.
Loaded the bases. Walk, a hit by pitch, another walk. Mark Canna will bat with the bags full. Travis Darno has just been instructed by Brian Snicker to go talk to Magic in an effort to give Colin McHugh a little bit more time to warm up. Although McHugh just took the baseball and
All right, here we go, guys.
the bullpen exit, so he didn't need any more time, I guess. Now Brian Snicker is headed.
All right, guys. So the Mets got bases loaded. Looked like they weren't going to have any in there, but 2 walks and a hits batsman got the bases loaded for Mark Canna, who, let's be honest, guys, this is a guy you want up in this spot. Very good plate discipline, works the count, fouls a lot of pitches off. It's a good spot to be in. On base guy, a guy who's been clutch this year for the Mets. Again, the Mets have been the kings of 2-out run scorers this time. So Colin McHugh is coming into the game, bringing in a right-hander to face Canna. But right now, guys, bases loaded for the Mets with 2 outs. This is an opportunity here. Base hit could score 2. Probably, maybe, it'll definitely score 1, but I don't know about 2 because James McCann is on second base. But we'll see. But no better player you want up right now than Canna, who handles the bat very well. He's a guy that, has no problem taking a walk in this spot. So, well, we'll see. But, Canna with a big first home run of the season for him. He's played well this game. He's 2 for 3 at the moment. So we'll see if Canna can get it done here with another 2-out rally. But that's where we're at right now. Mets are losing 3-2 in the bottom of the 7th. This is the best opportunity the Mets had since the second inning. The first inning, basically, with runners in scoring position. So let's see if the Mets can actually get it done here. We don't need a home run here, even though we would take it. We definitely base it here. At the very least, scores 1, possibly 2, depending on where the base hit is. But I like Canna in this spot. Not a lot of guys that I can trust with the bat. He's very good with the bat right now. So I expect Canna, at the very least, to put a good at bat together. But we'll see. Once again, guys, hit on that like button. Getting late in the game. 1-run ball game. Mets got bases loaded in the bottom of the 7th with 2 outs. Mark Canna coming to play. Here we go, guys.
That game 1-0. The McHugh never pitched well for them again. 10.97 ERA in his first 10
7 for 18 in runs in scoring position this year. 6 for 10 with runs in scoring position with 2 outs. Let's go.
First as a starter in the Astros rotation, they made him a relief. Pitched mostly out of the bullpen for Tampa Bay last year and had a good year, 1.55 ERA. Colin McHugh last season at 64 innings. Now he's a Brave. He's trying to help Tyler Magic out of the jam here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Bases loaded, 2 outs. McHugh, former Astro, facing former Oakland A. Mark Canna. These two have faced each other quite a bit. Bases loaded, 2 outs, first pitch. Canna takes a strike, fastball in the inner half, 0-1, cut fastball from McHugh. Canna is just 1 for 11 against McHugh with 5 strikeouts. Ryan Snicker, aware of that, going to McHugh in a big spot here. Trying to get through the 7th inning with the lead. Braves 3, Mets 2, bases loaded, 2 outs. Balls and 1 strike. McHugh working from the windup. Hands overhead delivery, the pitch.
Wow, that was a pitch right down the middle.
That one again, right down the pipe. So for whatever reason, Canna doesn't pick up McHugh well. It's quickly shown up here as McHugh has gotten 2 strikes McKenna with the bases loaded.
Yeah, that was a pitch to hit right there.
Hale at third, McCann at second, Nimmo at first. Mets down by 1. Loose hit with 2 outs should give the Mets the lead. Balls at 2 strikes. McHugh has gotten ahead quickly on Canna. Mark Canna has said he doesn't mind taking a pitch or even 2. 2 strikes doesn't really bother him. In fact, he says sometimes he gets settled by taking pitches early in the count. That's the case here against McHugh. Big spot for the Mets. 3-2 Braves. Bottom of the 7th. 2 outs. Bases full. Get ready to go. 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. 2 cutters for strikes. McHugh wanted Canada to chase the slider, but he wouldn't. Darno smothered it. 1 ball, 2 strikes again.
Let's go, Mark.
Canada 2 for 3 tonight. He homered in the 3rd. Mets have not scored since. Canada is 7 for 18, batting .389. Runners in scoring position so far this year. That's a ball guy does, Mark Canada. Very good contact skills. Let's hope they can put one play here and drive in at least one of these runs. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 1 ball, 2 strikes. McHugh's pitch. Cutter swing and a miss, strike 3. Up in the zone, Mark Canna strikes out for the 6th time in 12 at-bats in his career against McHugh. And the former Met gets a big hit.
Well, that wasn't a good at-bat by Kana at all. I mean, I don't know what he was doing, taking them 2 pitches right down the middle. He set up that at-bat well from McHugh right there. That second pitch was right down the middle. He should have crushed it. But Mets didn't score. They had a 2-out rally going. A couple of walks, hits batsmen. Just unfortunately, the Mets didn't get it done again. This is a team right here that has to put the hits together here. That was a bad at-bat by Kana. That was one of the at-bats this year. The first at-bat this year by Kana that he didn't look good at the plate. That was tough. That seemed like I was out chancing this game late in the game. They got 2 innings to go, but next inning we got 3, 4, 5. But you had the pitcher on the rope right there, a cold Colin McHugh. He took a pitch 2 pitches right down the middle. So, but going to the top of the 8th, still a 1-run ball game. We'll see. The Braves got a Olsen, Riley, and Ozuna. Let's see who's going to come in for the Mets to pitch. So we're waiting right now to see who's going to pitch for the Mets. Drew Smith possibly is the one coming in. But I haven't seen it yet. But May was warming up with him, so we'll see. The Mets haven't been good with 2 outs and bases loaded. They've been one of the top in the league. Kana had a bad at bat in this. That was a bad at bat. That was the first time I seen him not have a good at bat with runners on. But we're going to the top of the 8th. Still a 1-run ball game. Waiting for the commercial to come back to see if who's on the mound for the Mets coming out of the bullpen. All right, guys. So Trevor May is here in the 8th, and we'll see what he does.
6th. Chris Bassett. Bassett has been lifted from this game after 7 innings. 3 runs, 6 hits, struck out 8. He'll give way to Trevor May, went through the ball game. Middle of the order to Atlanta.
It's up to Trevor May to keep this 1-run ball game.
Play-by-play. Here's how.
All right, thank you very much, Wayne. So
Nobody's saying they're bad.
Better. 0 for 3, the outfield straight away. And Trevor's first pitch way upstairs, a fastball, ball 1. Trevor's been working with Jeremy Hefner and the rest of the staff, assistant pitching coach Danny Barnes, trying to
you're right, Joe.
establish some form of the 1-0 on the way. Taking ball, that's it for a called strike, 1-1. Basically, they think they found something mechanical that they could build on that would answer some of the struggles that May has had so far this year.
Yeah, I don't like May in this spot.
2 days ago, he gave up a double to the first man he faced, Odubel Herrera, then got the next 3. The 1-1 way inside, a fastball near the elbow. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike. So Trevor working here in the 8th inning with some tough ones. Olson, Riley, and Ozuna. And a 3-run, 6 hits, 1 error. The Mets 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors, but the Mets just left them loaded in the 7th. 2-1 pitch. Check swing, fastball up. 3 balls and 1 strike. They appealed to third, but no swing, said Brian O'Nora. The Mets really need to get back into the dugout, trailing by no more than 1 here. They've got the door, Alonso, and Escobar due up at the bottom of the 8th, but this is up to Trevor May now. 3-1. Here's the pitch.
Usually does.
A breaking ball missed down and in. Ball 4. So May wants the leadoff man, and it'll bring up Austin Riley. Riley led off the 6th inning with a single, and then came probably the pivotal play of the game so far from a defensive standpoint.
What does Fortnite have to do with May? He plays it, so.
Pop up near second base. Jeff McNeil.
And don't call me bro. All right, child. Come on.
The fire in behind Ozuna.
Yeah, I don't know why Trevor May's in this spot. I don't get it. He hasn't pitched well.
Get Ozuna quickly enough so that they would have an easy tag play on Riley going to second, because Riley couldn't have been going on contact, assuming the ball would be caught by McNeil. But McNeil bobbled it. And he tried to pick the ball up after a drop, and he fielded it cleanly. They would have had that double play. The Braves put a couple of hits together and took the lead. The 1-0 in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes. After that ball fell in, Ozzie Albies
May's just lost.
the other way, ending an 0-for-21 stretch with a single. And Travis d'Arnaud double.
I would have liked to see Drew Smith in this spot instead of May.
Brought home Albies with a go-ahead run, and that's how it's 3-2 break. 2-0 pitch. Outside and high, ball 3. Well, with the Mets trailing by 1, just can't walk people here. May has already walked Olson.
Yeah, exactly what it was.
Very dangerous hitter, Austin Riley. And don't be surprised, despite all these pitches.
All right, Owen, you get it. He plays Fortnite. Congratulations on knowing that. Clearly you watch him, so he likes you.
23,413 paid crowd on a chilly night at Citi Field. Actually 2 degrees warmer now than it was when the game started. It's gone from 50 to 52. So 3-1 to Riley. Olson on a big lead at first. Alonso holding. The 3-1 pitch. Swinging a high pop-up, shallow center. A lot of hang time. Room for Nimmo and time. And he makes the catch with 1 hand.
That was a bad at-bat by Riley.
And Olson back to first. So May fights back. Falling behind Olson 3-0. Got strike 1. I should say to Riley with Olson on first after having walked. And then he gets
I think Buck's trying to get it, or the Mets manager, probably, whoever's managing the game today, Sherlock, I believe, trying to get May some confidence, I guess. Putting them in a big spot here. Excuse me.
Now May ready. His first pitch. Way outside with a fastball, ball 1. Let's have J.D. Davis, the third baseman, fairly deep. Just a stride or 2 off the line at third. Nimmo, the center fielder, a couple of steps the other way. Ozuna does have good power. He has 4 home runs. May delivers. Breaking ball popped up. Middle of the infield. Jeff McNeil on the grass in front of second. Comes together with Alonso.
All right. Well,
and it's Alonso who makes the catch. 2 men away. Pete Alonso, the first baseman, ranged all the way over towards the second base bag, but on the infield grass, that was McNeil's ball. Alonso basically pickpocketed him, but it works. 2 men out, and Ozzie Albies will be next.
Pete has some put-outs clause somewhere in his contract.
Well, 2 men away, and here is Ozzie Albies.
Well, so far, the Atlanta Braves can't hit the Fortnite player, so I don't know who's worse, the Braves offense or Trevor May. It's a toss-up right now.
Albies batting left-handed. First pitch, breaking ball, foul straight back, nothing in 1.
But Albie scares me in this spot right here.
So, 2 Braves with 2 out here on the top of the 8th. Albies have been 0 for 21 until he gets the shift. Just kind of reached out and slapped.
Yeah, well, his fastball is straight as an arrow. There's no doubt about it. He don't locate his fastball, he's in trouble.
They play him to pull in the outfield.
AJ Minter
upstairs, 1 ball and 1
on the
strike.
mound in the bullpen for the Braves. So it should be in the
That
eighth.
is quiet. Braves have had lefty Will
Oh, look,
Smith.
the Braves fans pop up when they're actually winning. How cute. Oh, shut up. It's my stream, my channel.
Davis way off the line at third. Lindor shaded towards the bag at second.
You don't like it? Go find a Braves channel. Oh, that's right. You're not real fans. I forgot. Sorry. You only show up when your team wins. That's cute.
Not hitting for average. Batting goes 209. 1-1. Now May delivers. Swinging a foul back to the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Albies.
Well, you guys are watching me, so I don't understand. You care.
Took what could prove to be later in their
I mean, I don't get it.
low market value contracts from the Braves. We just wanted to get these kids signed up long
Go
term.
Georgia Bulldogs.
He's actually took a lot of heat from it. Not so much about from others, among players, at least not publicly.
But May is
There are a lot of
freaking
fans
garbage.
in the
My
media
God.
wondering why it would take such a deal, but he said
It's
he wanted
terrible.
the security. 1-2 on the way. Sales upstairs.
He gets out of this inning, it's a miracle,
2 balls and 2
honestly.
strikes to Albies.
Basically said, mind your business. That's my career, my contract, and I'll sign, do what I want to do for me and my family.
That's exactly right. That was the idea. Albies one of several good players coming out of Curacao over the years. Here's the 2-2 pitch to him. Swinging a slow hit chopper past the mound. Tough play. McNeil charges. Pump fakes. Does not make a throw to first. He was hoping to get Olsen.
Oh, infield hit for Albies there.
McNeil just holds onto the ball, and it's an infield hit for Ozzie Albies. So 2 men away, but now runners at first and second. And Travis d'Arnaud had a big RBI double to tie this game in the 6th. This coming
You know, real fans take the heat when you're losing. You don't show up when you're winning and don't talk crap. You see, that's the problem I have with fans. And the Philly fans did the same thing last series with the Mets. But that was a good hustle by Albies right there. Tough at bat here with Cano. I mean, with d'Arnaud, excuse me.
That was enough to get Ozuna around from second with a tying run. d'Arnaud 2 out of 3 in this game. So
Just so all you Braves fans know, one part has been the only Brave fan who stuck it out the entire game and actually takes some heat. So I give him credit as a Brave fan.
It's nothing in 1. New ball waiting on deck. 18 pitches into this outing. 8th of the year. He's pitching to a 7-point.
I think d'Arnaud's in a good spot here. d'Arnaud's in a good spot here for sure.
3-2 Braves in the 8th. Hey, with an 0-1. d'Arnaud takes a fastball upstairs. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Respect the one part for sure.
Now May staring into James McCann for the sign. Alonso, the first baseman, way over towards the hole on the right side of the infield. So Albies, the runner at first, can take a nice big lead. The 1-1 pitch rides high, started to swing but did not go. They looked to first, but Laz Diaz, the crew chief, said ball 2, and this certainly appears to be the right ball. 2-1 on d'Arnaud.
You know why I don't do anything, Michael? Because they know what type of fans they are.
Brings the hands together. Olsen leads
They
for
can't
second.
take it when they're losing, but when they're winning, they pop up.
That's a ball. Strike the slider. And now it's 2-2.
That's why I give credit to one part. He was here the whole time, even when the Braves were losing.
Obviously, it's a smaller crowd tonight, but we haven't heard them all that lively as opposed to most of the other recent games here. The 2-2 on the way. Swinging a foul, going back over the screen.
Nice foul off by d'Arnaud there. That was a good pitch.
Noticeable things about these first 2 homestands of the year for the Mets is that the fans from the first pitch have been very loud and involved. Again,
Yeah, I think he's frustrated with himself because he has no control over his pitches right now.
2-0, and now falling behind 2-2 to Darno. May ready. Now the pitch. Breaking ball outside.
Definitely going to be trouble. 3-2 count. Runners are going to be going.
It's on the base runners. Olsen from second and Albies from first. We'll have an automatic start. It continues to be anything but easy for Trevor May this year. He's thrown 23 pitches here.
And May blows it.
Runners set to go.
Figures.
3-2 with 2
Well,
out.
we said it was going to happen. May's going to do that.
Liner down the left field line. It's hooking, but it is a fair ball. Base hit. Going into the corner. It's going to score 2.
The Brave fans are going to pop up now.
Behind him is Albies. He scores standing. And on at second with his second double and third hit of the game is Travis d'Arnaud. He's driven in 3 overall, and the Braves have a 5-2 lead. Again, it wasn't exactly scorched off the bat. And that's been kind of the theme of some of these Braves hits tonight. But it's got
Once again, a great at-bat.
They've touched him up for 2 runs.
Great at-bat by d'Arnaud. Great at-bat. Didn't want to do too much. Flicked it to left field. Got that 2-run RBI. He's been the Mets killer tonight for sure. But Trevor May, once again, is just a garbage reliever. Oh, and he came back. How nice. Well, not really our bullpen. It's just Trevor May.
So the conversation continues at the mound. Jeremy Hefner certainly will make a pitching change if he deems necessary because Buck Showalter is not here tonight.
Lopez is better than May.
So they're going to leave May in as Jeremy.
So it's 5-2 Braves with 2 outs. Trevor May just is terrible. Can't find it right now. It's just insane.
Behind him, another right-handed hitter, Travis DeMerit. Braves do not have a left-handed batter on their bench. They're still carrying 10 pitchers with the roster cut today to 26. They've only got a 3-man bench. It's going to be Duvall here against May. No, it's second, 2 out, 5-2.
It was definitely a quality at bat for d'Arnaud. Pulled his hands inside and pulled it.
Well, there was no question as long as that ball stayed fair that Albies would be able to come all the way around from first, running on 3-2 with 2 out. The 0-1 to Duvall. Breaks high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Trevor May's getting near 30 pitches in this 1 inning where the Mets really needed 3 outs from him without the Brave coming across. His assignment was to keep it a 1-run game. Now it's 3. The 1-1 hit high in the air to right center field, deep but playable. Demo in the gap in front of the 380 mark. Makes the catch.
There you go, guys. So the 3 outs, Trevor May is absolute garbage, like always. We said it in the inning started. It didn't make sense to put Trevor May in that spot. I'm a little surprised they put Trevor May in that spot, but what are you gonna do? You know what? You're walking batters. That's gonna happen. A nice quality base hit, double by d'Arnaud, who's been killing us this year. Joe, I saw your tweet. But 5-2, excuse me. Mets got 3-4-5 up, but they're gonna have a tough go of it with Minter coming in the game in the 8th inning, and then you got Jansen or Will Smith, depending on who they're gonna put in. Jansen's been the closer for sure, so it's gonna be a tough go over for the next 2 innings for sure. Owen, we understand. You don't get it, do you? Because you show up late into the game after your team's starting to win. If you listen to the pregame or listen earlier in the game, I said this is exactly the type of series that a Mets fan should be nervous about because the Braves have been struggling. But this is the time and the games and the series where they start looking like the team they were in the second half last year. That's the thing. And I've said that. But because you have to be a smartass and a child, you don't hear what I say before. You just hear what I'm saying now. So we're going to the bottom of the 8, guys. The Mets are losing 5-2. It seems like, I believe Minter should be coming into the game, it looks like, for the Braves. So expect hard heat and from the left-hander. So it's going to be difficult for the Mets to come back. No doubt about that. Can the Mets do it? Sure. But it's going to be really difficult for the Mets to come back. Absolutely, for sure. So we're going to the bottom of the 8, guys. The Mets have 3, 4, 5 up. Minter is in the game. Heredia is playing left field for defensive purposes for the Braves. And Minter is in the game. The team morale for Acuna. Okay. Acuna's a great player. But let's be honest. You didn't need him for the World Series because Freeman was the man. But, hey, listen. You're champions. There's no doubt about that. All right, guys. So 3, 4, 5 for the Mets, bottom of the 8. Yeah, don't worry, Michael. They don't affect me.
So, 5-2 Braves. Minter, the fourth pitcher the Braves have used. Lindor is 0 for 3. Batting right-handed.
Oh, Olsen was an excellent replacement for Freeman.
First pitch is a fastball, a little bit
But
low.
it's a huge leadership
No
issue.
strikes.
The Braves got talent. That's the damn sure. Olsen is, right now, at this point, a better player than Freeman. No doubt about that.
Sets at the shoulder, the 1-0. Lindor takes off the outside corner. A cut fastball, 2 balls and no strikes. Minter's had to deal with a lot physically. When he was in college at Texas A&M, he had thoracic outlet syndrome. You know how tough that is to come back from. Oh, wait, there's more. The 2-0 fastball in for a called strike, 2-1. He threw that at 96 miles an hour. He missed the 2015 season due to Tommy John surgery. A couple of years later, the elbow was cranky again, so he missed some time. Then the shoulder became an issue. 2-1 to Lindor, foul back to the screen, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Got some discomfort because he had been in a car accident. And that messed his shoulder up a bit. Didn't cost him that much time, but then 3 years ago, they shut him down in the last month of the season because that shoulder was still barking. He's had to deal with a lot.
Well, that's the biggest problem, Owen. That's why I was shocked that the Braves didn't do everything they can to bring Freeman back. But, you know, it's crazy to me. That leadership is one hell of a thing. And, you know, not saying the Braves are not talented. Of course they are. But, you know, when they get down to, you know, later in the year, are they going to have that leadership that they had with Freeman? But there's no doubt Freeman put them over the hump for sure. Well, Ozzie did step up. He was complaining to Ozuna when he didn't run the other night. So that I like that leadership from Ozzie for sure.
First pitch by Minter. Fastball taken high and away, ball 1.
Ready in, they have Orlando Marcia. They've got the backup catcher, which is now William Contreras. And that's it.
Yo, Sweat, you don't do you hear yourselves? Who's sleeping on the Braves? Like, jeez. Some people just in their own heads. Nobody's sleeping on the Braves.
Pete 0 for 3 tonight. And the 1-0 for Minter. Hits the outside corner, a changeup, 1 ball and 1 strike. Alonso is pumped to short, struck out looking, and grounded to second.
Oh, and you are a young team with potential. Absolutely.
Adam Ottavino has been up in the Mets bullpen. 1-1 the count. The pitch to Alonso. Swing and a miss. A little late on a fastball at 96. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Minter is nasty, guys. Nasty.
For whom A.J. Minter is pitched. He was drafted in the 28th round.
Making the hitters look silly right now. Absolutely silly.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung out and missed. Strike 3. A fastball away. So, 2 up, 2 down here in the last of the 8.
It is funny. The Mets lost every game that Buck didn't manage. Interesting. But it's just not good quality at bats for this team. That's the problem. It's not like they didn't have runners. That's for sure.
Escobar is flying to center. tapped out in front of home plate and struck out in 3 trips. Playing defensively just about every day at third base. But wanted to get him off of his feet tonight, which is what they claim to do when you let the guy DH. First pitch, taken on the outside corner, strike 1 call. So he's not playing the field, but spend a little time in the dugout. Maybe go look at a little video.
I think Mint is one of my favorite pitches in the bullpen. Absolutely nasty.
And then when the turn comes up for the batting order, they tell you, you're up, son. Such his life as a designated hitter.
Wow.
They still really have a set DH like Atlanta does with Ozuna. You mix and match.
Which is a good thing, I think. Because you can rest 4 people. The 0-1. Pulled on the ground to third. Backhanded, then bobbled by Riley. Picks it up. Throws off balance on one.
Nice play.
Olsen makes a nice hit.
Woof. What a play by Austin Riley. That, he bobbled the ball, but recovered and got Escobar by a step at first. Excellent play by Riley. By Austin Riley for sure. Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh, and absolutely with your team. So we're going to the top of the night, guys. Just to recap real quick. Top of the ninth, Mets are losing 5-2. But yeah, absolutely, Owen. That's true. 100% on that one. Tucker Davidson is no nasty. You already got a good bullpen. I'm a little shocked you got Jansen, even though Will Smith was your closer. A little shocking, but it's not going to hurt your bullpen, that's for sure. But absolutely. But yeah, I think he actually, what is my favorite Met? Honestly, I'm more of an old school guy. But again, I'm sorry, Sweat. I'm sorry. Favorite Met? That's a good question. Honestly, I didn't really think about it with this team, but I'm a big Escobar fan for sure. I'm not like everybody else. Oh, I'm a great Pete Alonso fan. I like obviously he's on my team. Pete Alonso's great, but I like Escobar. Honestly, Escobar is a guy that I just feel is just a solid professional ball player. But all around, for sure. I mean, I would probably have to say Kana for sure is one of the guys. But Jeff McNeil, even though I thought the Mets were going to trade him, is one of the guys that I think can really put this team on another level if he's performing like he's haven't been. Well, and that's true. I haven't seen Jensen this year. I'm not going to lie to you and say I watched Jensen a lot. I haven't. But yeah, again, you know better than I would when it comes to the two guys. But, it looked like last year with the Dodgers, Jensen had a tick or two less in his fastball. But, again, Jensen, I looked at his stats. He's done pretty well this year for you guys. Even though, you were 10-13 at the moment. But, again, it's early in the season. But, Jensen's an interesting I'm shocked the Braves got Jansen, honestly. But hey, it's nice that he's been dominant, as you said. So there you go. All right, guys. So we're going to the top in the ninth. Ottavino's in for the Mets.
2/3 of an inning, including a 2-run homer to the Phillies' Kyle Schwarber. Last night, as the Mets extended their lead over the Phillies, Buck Showalter was thinking about getting Ottavino a little bit of work just to get him back on the horse, so to speak. But then he decided, you know what? I don't have to do that with Adam. He's a born and bred New Yorker. He's mentally tough. We'll shrug it off. So here he is tonight, facing Guillermo Heredia, the first batter for the Braves in this ninth inning. And he starts him off with a sinker for a called strike, 0-1. Heredia, 3 out of 23 at the plate. As Ottavino makes his 9th appearance for New York. The 0-1 on the way, breaking ball. That's on the outside corner. Good slider. And quickly it's 0-2. Ottavino starts to make it look easy. Following the speed limit could be easy.
Jerry, let's worry about how bullpen this year. But it's only been May that's been really struggling this year, honestly.
The 0-2 pitch. Fastball in there. Strike 3 calls. Ottavino really making it look
yes,
easy.
Arizona, same thing, and now today, for sure.
3 pitches to begin the 9th inning.
Yeah, Donovan Mitchell was at City Field. They showed him, yeah.
5 miles per hour.
Hopefully the future Nick.
Dansby Swanson coming up. Swanson has struck out 1 and grounded to short. Want to look ahead to the bottom of the ninth? The Mets will
What
be
team I hate
scheduled
the
to send
most?
up J.E.
Well, I have a few of them. You know, I grew up in the 90s, and, you know, the Braves destroyed and broke my heart many times against the Mets in the late 90s, or the 90s in general. Specifically the late 90s. I mean, I could say a lot. The Braves, the Phillies, for sure. Lately, the Nationals. But the Braves and the Phillies, I don't like those two teams. I mean, don't get me wrong. I can't stand Philly fans. Honestly, they're trash. I can't stand them. But and Jansen's warming up for the Braves, by the way.
Georgia by Ray Charles is just a great song. It's slow, but it's too slow for entrance music.
What about the Midnight Train to Georgia? About Georgia, you already said that.
What else you got?
And the Yankees to me are irrelevant until we play them. That's the way I see it.
2-0 to Swanson, a breaking ball on the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Hashtag Yankees Dodgers.
Charlie
Okay.
Davis, Fiddle.
Excuse me, guys.
What was the movie where Nick Nolte and
DG.
Barbra Streisand, I think it was the
It's hard to tell. It's still a month in the season. I think the Blue Jays offense is outrageously good.
2-2. It wasn't that long ago. And one of the characters of the movie had some real expensive Stradivarius violin or something like that.
So, but the Jays are definitely better. I mean, the starting pitching, I think, leans to the Mets a little bit, but they got a better bullpen. Their offense is talented. So I would have to say the Blue Jays.
Ottavino deals, swung at it, missed strike 3, got him with a fastball. So Ottavino bouncing back nicely has struck out the first 2 here at the top of the ninth.
Yeah, I get it. Cheers for sure.
Well, I mean, you're getting old now. Today's your
Well, I deal with Yankee fans all the time. Obviously, I'm in New York. So.
I mean, you made it sound like a simple 25-year-old movie or whatever it is, like Prince of Tides was 1,000 years
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're not ready to be champions yet. I mean, it's one game, but you have to give respect to the Braves. They're champions. There's no doubt about that.
I have their agents on the phone. Here's Acuna swinging.
But you also have to look at the fact that the Braves didn't hit the Mets hard today. There was a lot of soft quality hits for sure.
So then what's your go-to bird?
Oh, the Yankees. Oh, the hell with the Yankees. I have hundreds of them at my job, so I deal with it every day. Ottavino is looking good right now. Should have been in the eighth. The draft was awesome. Well, at least for the Giants and the Jets.
Here's the 0-2 to Acuna. Now back to the screen.
Sure. Francis Ford Coppola will watch the third one. Yeah. Whole day of movie watching ahead of
Mulligan. An expensive mulligan. He made it up with his wine anyway. 0-2. Now the pitch. Fastball in there. Strike 3 call. So
that was a nice inning by Ottavino. Pitching really well, actually. But yeah, guys. So yeah, exactly. Like I said, it's too early in the season to say, "Oh, the Braves are great" or "the Mets are great." I mean, honestly, I still said this from the beginning. Like in my predictions before the season, I had the Braves winning the division and the Mets being 2 games less than them, and also making the playoffs. So again, it's hard to tell. You know, these teams are still finding each other. It was only a month of spring training. A lot to happen. A lot to happen for sure. You know, I said this even though I think the Braves during the prior to the season, my prediction, I had them winning the division. I believe I had them at 94 wins and the Mets at 92. But I also did say that I think it's going to be hard for the Braves. You know, you always talk about the World Series hangover. On top of losing Freeman, who was the heart and soul of that team. You know, when it comes to the Braves, you have champions on that team. Absolutely. You know, but who is going to step up for the Braves? Is it going to be Ozzie? We already seen him yell at Ozuna the other night for not running the bases properly, which was awesome to see. Showing Ozuna that he actually cares, and that's great. I see Albies more of a leader than Acuna. I think Acuna is just a happy-go-lucky guy who's hella talented. Yeah, sure. But once again, we know who the cream of the crop is in the NL East. It's the Braves, with the respect of being champions, who you have to put on top, and the Mets, who are a better team, but you don't put them on a pedestal because they have to win. They have to beat them. It's just that simple. So we're going to the bottom of the night, guys. Mets losing 5-2. Kenley Jansen on the mound to close out the game for the Braves. Jansen's been good, 35 innings. Oh, excuse me, that's against the Mets. He's been under a 1 ERA against the Mets, so he's been excellent, 16 for 16 in save opportunities against the Mets. Absolutely dominant against the Mets, but we'll see what Jansen can get it done for the Braves to give him the first win of the series. We'll see. Here we go, guys.
The veteran Kenley Jansen, now 34 years of age, too comes from Curacao. Talk about Ozzy Oldies coming from Curacao, Netherlands Antilles, and of course the Braves.
The reason why I don't like Jansen because he's a Dodger. Honestly.
Starting to generate a little more talk about potential Hall of Fame.
I agree, Southspeed, 100%.
The outstanding center fielder.
Two really good teams.
Center fielder defensively, Andrew Jones. He might have been as graceful an outfielder as I've ever seen, frankly. A lot of us, my generation or any time beyond that, would say the same thing. He is now starting to get a little more love in the Hall of Fame balloting. There is Jansen now facing J.D. Davis. And the first pitch over the inside corner, a cut fastball for a called strike, 0-1.
Gloves, great center fielding, over 400 home runs too. He was a pretty great all-around player in the second half.
Yeah, Cole. I mean, he pitched against the Guardians and the Royals in the two good starts he had. I mean,
the 0-1 swing and a miss at the cutter, and the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Kenley Jansen in his career has appeared in 32 games against the Mets. He has 14 saves. You know what his ERA against New York is? 0.84. He's done a solid job for the Braves already.
he actually hit the ball this time.
And now the 0-2.
Nice play by Swanson.
Swinging a bouncing ball to short, charging to Swanson and slowly hitting gloves, throws on the run in time to get Davis. And there's one out here at the bottom of the 9th inning. Kenley Jansen, it's his 10th appearance as a Brave. In 9 innings, he's now allowed, now 9 1/3 innings, allowed 3 hits and 3 runs, walking 2 and striking out 12. In search of his 7th save and 7 opportunities, but his brilliance save situations extends even further than that. 23 consecutive saves. That many opportunities, and connected the longest streak in the major league. And the first pitch to Starling Marte is taken for a called strike, 0-1. Marte has doubled and scored. Struck out.
No, I don't think the Yankees are overrated. The bullpens and their pitch staff has been really good.
That's been out hit 8-4, trail 5-2. Jansen with that herky-jerky setup, ready at the shoulder, to the 0-1. Fastball at the knees, strike 2 call. 93-mile-an-hour sinker. Now, when Jansen came up with the Dodgers, he teased you with just about 100-mile-per-hour velocity. He has learned to make some adjustments.
Oh, thank you, Tim. You're the worst viewer ever. How about that? I mean, do people really think it affects me that you say something stupid like that? Come on.
Going back into the seats behind first base downstairs. He's always been kind of beefy, and he still is. Listed at 265 pounds on a 6'5" frame.
Oh.
It's trailing by 3. They need a couple of base runners just to get the tying man to the plate. Jansen got Davis to start the inning. Now he's 0-2 to Marte. Here's the pitch. In the dirt. 58-footer, and that one ate up Travis Darnell.
Yeah, I honestly think that's true with Trevor May, honestly.
It really doesn't matter with nobody on base. Just a slider that was buried by Jansen. Darno wound up on his tuchus. So 1-2, the count on Starling Marte. Jeff McNeil on deck. The remainder of the paid crowd of 23,413 trying to find some energy, something that the Mets have lacked offensively in this game. 1-2 the count. Now the pitch. And a sinker missed down and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Marte. Marte has just 5 hits in his last 30 at-bats. Be surprised if he started
thank you,
games of the doubleheader tomorrow, even if you were to DH one of them.
Guys, you don't have to defend me. It's fine. There's always trolls that have nothing else to do with their lives.
That's a base hit for Marte. A sinker from Jansen. Marte
Well, that was a nice hit by Marte.
his second hit of the game.
Jansen's little strikes, though.
Away from bringing the tying man to the plate. So Jeff McNeil, the batter, I think they can count on should McNeil get aboard here. Have 2 runners on base. That Dom Smith would bat for James McCann. Well, they don't waste any time. Dom's coming out of the dugout now. So I think regardless of the situation, assuming there's no double play here, it would be Smith hitting from McCann. But if McNeil can get on, it would mean Smith would represent the
Hey,
tying
Tim
run.
can keep on trolling. I mean, every time he stays on, he pays me more money. So, I mean,
Infield is
I don't know what to
overshifted.
tell you there. Sorry.
Riley, the lone defender on the
I mean, nobody's obligated to stay on the stream. Just saying.
McNeil bounces it back to the screen. I'm thinking 1.
Now, let's see if the Mets can put up a rally here against the tough Jansen.
McNeil is flying to center, reached on a puck single, and then drawn a walk. McNeil 0 for 4 in his limited appearances against.
Well, Dominic
Jansen.
Smith is on the on-deck circle. Pitch it for McCann if McNeil gets on here and doesn't hit into double play.
Japanese, a fastball, called strike 2. So now the Braves, who are overshifted, are going to get rid of that. They'll slide Swanson over to the left of second base. McNeil should hit one up the middle. The Braves would have a chance to end the game with a double play.
Coach probably screaming at his television right now.
Jansen comes set. Now the pitch. Inside and low with a sinker, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Braves are just about exactly straight away in the outfield against McNeil. But when he's going well, as he's been this year, is very, very tough to defend because he will use the whole field. 365 average right now.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it.
Into this game, 4th in the National League in hitting. High to the count, 1-2. Marte at first, 1 out, 5-2 Braves in the ninth. Here's the pitch.
I think Tim was testing me. I think Tim was testing me, see if I can handle his heat. But I appreciate it, Tim. Thank you.
So remains a ball and 2 strikes to Jeff.
Not every day, buddy. I try to do about 3 games a week if I can. Work is kind of annoying sometimes, so Tim, it's all good, buddy. Oh, McNeil's putting up a battle here, guys. But Tim, I appreciate it, buddy. Really, really do appreciate it. I wish I could do it every day, but it's tough sometimes to work. You two don't make me rich. I promise you that.
There is some value to making Kenley Jansen work a little extra harder in this game, considering that there are 2 games tomorrow.
Sweat, no problem. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate it.
Really back up the Braves bullpen a little bit. This turns out to be a 25 or 30 pitch inning, even in a victory for Atlanta. Important point.
Yo, Sweat, come back for more, man. I should be doing another game. Probably at the Wednesday game against the Braves. So come back, tune in, man. Always love fans of other teams. It makes it more fun.
Makes it for him tomorrow. Here's a 1-2. McNeil pulls it on the ground, foul down the first baseline. We're talking about Showalter, about his philosophy.
We're definitely getting the pitch count up of Jansen for sure.
In both games of a doubleheader. He's not going to do it tomorrow, to be sure, because Buck said not this early in the season. Something he would consider later on. But
Wednesday is a day game.
hardly ever see that anymore. Talk about Jesse Orozco having done it a handful of times, I think in 1 year. Actually got the win both games of a doubleheader back in 1983 at Shea Stadium. Different game now, the way both men are managed. Jansen's 1-2 to McNeil. Check swing, pitch in the dirt. Did he go? He did.
Oof, that's a tough call, but said he's swinging that spot. It's close. Cole could have went either way. Went against the Mets, but good. Close call.
So now there are 2 men away, and Dom Smith will bat for him again, but not as the tying run.
Pretty close.
Well, I'll be at the game tomorrow, guys.
Especially in this game where umpires really don't have any sort of guidance when it comes to check swings anyway. Really make the case they can call any sort of check swing strike. That one certainly under a reasonable doubt that it was a swing from McNeil.
So, Dom Smith, the last chance for the Mets for the night he had last night. I don't think that the 4 hits changed anybody's mind about what they were going to do with the roster spot. Of course, Dom still has options, which means he can be sent to the minor leagues without having to clear waivers. But Smith brought his average up to 250 last night with that 4-hit game. Second 4-hit game of his career. Right here, though, he just needs to get on. Give Brandon Nimmo a chance as the tying run, but the Mets are down to their last out. McNeil runs, the pitch taken for a called strike, and McNeil pulls into second on defensive indifference. All that does is get the force off on the infield. I say McNeil and then Marte for me. Marte at second base on defensive indifference. With the count 0-1 to Dom Smith. Olsen pretty close to the line and deep at first. Riley off the line.
Is this true? I don't know. I don't watch the Braves every day, but they just said in the telecast that this is Jansen's most pitches in the game so far this year. Only 18. That's interesting. That means he's been quickly getting innings over. Interesting.
Yet he's throwing strikes. 14 of the 18 have been in the strike zone. But Smith is trying to fight his way aboard any way possible. When the Mets down to their last out, Jeff McNeil on the iPad in the Mets dugout looking at that check swing, or perhaps even other swings that he's taken in this
Yeah, that's
game.
crazy. Usually you'll have an 18, 19 pitch inning, but that's excellent by Jansen for sure. To have less than 15 pitches in an inning as a closer, that's pretty damn good. At least the Mets kind of making him work in his spot.
Jansen blowing on his hand a bit. Wind is not nearly as strong as it was during the Phillies series for a couple of games in particular. 1-2, the count to Dom. Marte walks his lead off of second. Nimmo hoping for a chance in the on-deck circle. Jansen ready. Here's the 1-2 to Smith. No, ball 2. That's 20 pitches now spent by Jansen. And the count even to Dom Smith. Dom is 0 for 4 again.
Well, his fastball's a little bit down the last couple of pitches, too. Interesting.
Fast meeting's really not much of an issue here. 2-2 to Dom Smith. 5-2 Braves, 2 out, last of the night. Braves doing the tomahawk chop behind the Braves dugout, and they'll get drowned out.
That's pretty cool by Brave fans at City Field doing the chop. That's pretty cool.
2-2 to Dom Smith. Jansen ready. Here's the pitch. Check swing, breaking ball. He did not go. It's a full count. So Smith having a good at-bat here. He knows he's got to get on any which way to keep the game going. And get Nimmo an opportunity as the tying run. 3-2 the count to Dom Smith. Jansen not wasting any time, waiting on the rubber, staring into Darno for the sign. Now brings the hands together, flicks that left leg a couple of times, and the payoff pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, well hit to
Yeah, it's not going.
back,
Game over.
track, backing up, makes the
Aye. All right. Well, exactly what happened. Well, yeah, they really pitched. They really made Jansen work in that ninth inning for sure. The most pitches he'd thrown this year in an inning, but Braves hung in there and took the game one. A good performance by the Braves for sure. Max Fried struggling a little bit early in the game, but dominated the Mets after that for sure. You know, the Braves really didn't hit anybody hard, but they got them 2 out hits. They got that quality at bat that they needed with runners on. That's the ball game right there, boys. And that's exactly what good teams do, right? And that's what the Braves did right here. You know, anybody's mistaken if you say the Braves are not a good team. They are. Different team, but definitely a good team. And that's exactly what, and I think somebody said it in the chat. I'm sorry if I missed who said it, but it's going to be a competitive division. I honestly think it's going to be between the Mets and the Braves. I think the Phillies aren't that good. I think their pitching is the biggest problem. So I think it's going to come down to these two teams. And listen, you can't win every game if you're the Mets. Absolutely. Game one is always a pivotal start to the series. You know, Bassett pitched really well for the Mets. May came in and gave up garbage outing, as always. But once again, guys, appreciate everybody hanging out. The Mets lose 5-2. A little bit of drama in the ninth, but the Mets didn't do anything much in the ninth. Jansen closed the game again for the Braves. He's been solid for them this year. Once again, guys, Mets lose 5-2. I really appreciate everybody, yes, including the Braves fans, for coming on. I will do a next stream on Wednesday for the day game against the Braves. So Braves fans, Mets fans, hang out with me on Wednesday during the day game. And I'll see you on Wednesday, guys. Once again, guys, Mets lose 5-2. Fun night, guys. Unfortunately, the Mets did lose. The Braves had a good performance. So I will see you again on Wednesday, guys. Everybody who subbed today, appreciate it. Everybody who hit that like button, appreciate it. So next time, guys, see you next time. Have a good night. As always, Mets fans, let's go Mets. Have a good night, guys. Stay safe.